Sorry. Yes. Selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. So let's finish the South-South Ocean Accounting Exchange for 2026. This is the last day, and we have quite an extensive agenda for you today. But first off, what I wanted to share with you is that we are developing the zero draft for an action plan that's coming from Bogor. So the strategic Bogor action plan from all of your inputs for the last 3 days on how we can advance ocean accounting together through South-South partnership. So for those on the WhatsApp group, the link to the draft is there, and we encourage you to comment and change this draft and include your perspective. So please take your time to look through. It's a very short document, but it's something that will be one of the key outputs of this exchange. And it's really important that this document reflects your opinions as well, because we're just compiling your thoughts into one document. Okay, so if we could now go through the schedule for today on the next slide. We have another parallel agenda. So we have the first panel, which is going to explore how ocean accounts links to some of the multilateral frameworks, for example, NDCs, NBSAP, and then the SDGs as well. In parallel, I encourage some of the fellows to go through to Santika, where there was another clinic through that door there, and you can discuss how to produce accounts. So any of the questions you might have, we have Maria. Where's Maria? She might be outside. And also Tirapong. There's Tirapong from UNSCAP, from the Statistics Division. So any questions you have, just like yesterday, please find them and ask those questions. And then after lunch, after this session, there'll be another session on marine spatial planning. So how does Ocean Account act as a foundation for marine spatial planning activities? After that, we'll have lunch. Excuse me. This partition will open again, so please allow us 20 minutes, and we'll have more people joining, and we'll have both ballrooms again. So without further ado, I might encourage everyone who is going to the clinic session, if we can start moving, and we'll resume again in about 2 minutes while we sort the room. So again, here will be the NDC panel with SDGs and NBSAP as well. And then Santika will be the clinic for any questions on ocean accountings with the experts. So 2-minute break, please. Go to your relevant room, and thank you. Okay, I'm back. So I think if you're a fellow or you're interested in the technical clinic, I think most people have left, but if you'd like to go, now's your last chance. But otherwise, we have a session on ocean accounting and spatial data for NDCs, or Nationally Determined Contributions, NBSAP, National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plans, and Sustainable Development Goals. So this panel, it focuses on how ocean accounts and data and country experiences could link the organized data to these international frameworks. So if we go to the next slide, just the panel slide, please. So you already know me, I'm your moderator, Jordan, and we have Ibuleni from KKP to join us on the stage. We also have Mr. Andrew from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Fiji, if you could please join the stage. We have Ms. Maria Jose Molina from Montero from the Central Bank of Costa Rica. And last but not least, Mr. Antonio from Ocean Revolution, Mozambique. Andrew is... Yep. So I think we'll first hear from Andrew. So the format is we'll have some remarks or presentation, and then we'll have a panel discussion. So Andrew, please, the time is yours.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Indonesian government and also the GoApp team for inviting Fiji to be part of this amazing event. I'm here with my colleague from the Fiji Bureau of Statistics. Can I have the next slide, please? I'll try and cover my presentation in 7 minutes. Just briefly on Fiji's oceans. Our EZ is approximately 1.3 million square kilometers. That's 70 times larger than our landmass, with over 300 islands and a population less than 1 million. Next slide, please. So in I think in last year, Fiji signed into the partnership, the event that was held in Costa Rica. So this triggered the process for Fiji to start planning the development of our ocean accounting system. Next slide, please. Just briefly on the development of Fiji's ocean accounting system. Like some countries that are here, we are also in the process of setting up Fiji's ocean accounting. The mandate for us in developing the ocean accounting system is the Climate Change Act of 2021. And as you can see on the screen, in fulfilling this, our Climate Change Act is to develop and implement policies and measures to promote sustainable management and use of our ocean and marine resources. To fulfill this mandate, our policies must be informed by science-based and data-driven approaches. So the Fiji government, under the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, have initiated this process of developing this science-based and data-driven approach, the ocean accounting. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the practical use for ocean accounts in Fiji that we have identified in the last 2 years with the technical support of the Fiji Bureau of Statistics and also the support from the GoApp team. One is we see the opportunity for the ocean accounting system in terms of measuring the progress on our national priorities. Also the monitoring of our international commitments, such as the Sustainable Development Goal, our commitment under the climate change global commitment under the UNFCCC and also the biodiversity commitment. Also, business case for sustainable financing, how it will support our budget planning processes, and also in terms of investment and valuation, and also in general will support our national growth in terms of building a more sustainable ocean economy and also improving our governance institutions. Next slide, please. So through the last 2 years, we have proposed or set up a governance arrangement or for national coordination. And as you can see on the screen, the National Ocean Policy Steering Committee. This is a national committee that will be overseeing the ocean accounting system. We have a technical working group, mostly with the experts on ocean accounting. And this is, and then we have the ministry, the government agency that will be responsible for the national coordination, which is the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, which has the mandate of the Climate Change Act, and also the Fiji Bureau of Statistics. So the government agency will be looking more at the coordinating of with other stakeholders and also looking at reporting on other international commitments and also our national priorities, while the Fiji Bureau of Statistics will be responsible for the development of the ocean accounts and also coordinating the data that will be collected from other agencies. And as you can see, the co-participating agencies from the other government ministries and also other external agencies that will be supporting the ocean accounting system. Can I have a next slide, please? I just want to highlight here the data flow coordination that will be led by the Fiji Bureau of Statistics. As you can see, how we have built a frame how the data will be collected and analyzed and verified before we can use the data into the ocean accounting system. Next slide, please. So some of the other tools and frameworks that will be complementing the ocean accounting system, we are also in the process of developing the legal mandate to establish a marine spatial plan for Fiji. And we hope that we will also be getting this approved by government this year. Next slide, please. So these are some of the existing frameworks that we believe the data and the information that are collected through these reports, because they have their own targets and their own indicators, will be analyzed to be used into the ocean accounting system. So we have our multinational review. This is the reporting mechanism on the Sustainable Development Goal. Countries report every year to the 2030 Agenda High Level Political Forum. And this is our report in 2023. This was a very challenging process where we have to prepare this report given the scope of data collection that is carried out in this SDG process. We have our NBSAP action plan. This is the biodiversity commitment. We are in the process of reviewing this report. Late last year, we also presented our third national determined contribution NDC, which is a mitigation agenda under the UNFCCC processes. And in January this year, we also launched our first Fiji Blue Economy framework. So each of these framework have their own indicators. And this year, we hope through the support of the Fiji Bureau of Statistics and GoApp, we will be analyzing the indicators. And hopefully this can be captured into the ocean accounting system. Can I have the next slide, please? In terms of the links to SDGs, NDCs, and NBSAP, and how important the ocean accounting will be in this process, we hope that the ocean accounting will be the bridge between our national priorities and also meeting our achieving our targets and our commitment on other international commitments, such as the SDGs and biodiversity commitment, and also the climate change global commitment, as you can see there on the screen. So we hope this can be the bridge in developing a more centralized system in collecting the data, and then we can use it to report in other international commitments. Can I have a next slide, please? So for the last 2 years, we've identified some issues in terms of the data collection and also the lessons learned. I won't cover the whole what's on the screen, but there's some of the important ones: data gaps and also the inconsistency of data. This was our experience when we prepared the SDG report VNR in 2023. We went to all the government ministries and we went down to some of the departments. They understood the national priorities. They understood the goals, SDG goals. They understood the targets. But when you start discussing the indicators, hardly any of them know how to report on these global indicators. So it's, I would say, it's too global. So it's very difficult to report on these international frameworks, because even for our country, we have all these issues: data gaps, inconsistency of data. We have issue in terms of coordination and governance, because I believe in this ocean accounting, we are not only coordinating people, we are coordinating data across the various agencies. So we have to understand the data, how it is produced, and that we can better coordinate on those information. Can I have a next slide, please? The last slide. Or... Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Andrew from Fiji. So when we designed this panel, we didn't expect that you would do all three, NDC, NBSAP, and SDGs at the same time. So two things: that coverage was incredible, but also your bridge image and coordinating people as well. You need to share that image with us for afterwards. So the next speaker, we have Ibuleni from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, who's working on the seagrass group, or the working group, that is. So please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time, Jordan. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, on this occasion, I would like to present Indonesia Blue Carbon Management with a focus on strategic governance and the integration of ocean accounting. Next slide, please. So this slide highlight Indonesia blue carbon potential. We refer to carbon capture and stored by coastal ecosystem like mangrove and seagrass. Indonesia has around 3.44 million hectares of mangroves, the largest in the world. These ecosystems are highly effective as storing carbon while also protecting coastlines. In addition, Indonesia has about 660,000 hectares of seagrass meadow, which can capture carbon even more efficiently than terrestrial forests in some cases, while supporting marine biodiversity and fisheries. Overall, Indonesia has about 70% of the world's blue carbon, making it a key player in a global climate mitigations. Next slide. So this slide highlights a critical shift. Indonesia is moving from potential to implementation in blue carbon governance through the Carbon Economic Value Framework, or NEC. Indonesia is putting price and policy structures around carbon, turning environmental asset into measurable economic value. So President Regulation number 110 of 2025 lays the foundation by establishing carbon pricing and emission control mechanism across all sectors, including coastal and marine ecosystem. Then Ministerial Regulation number 1 of 2025 translate this into operational guidelines, defining how blue carbon in the marine sector is measured, monitored, and verified. This is essential for credibility in carbon market. At the strategy level, President Regulation number 12 of 2025 RPGMN 2025 to 2029 ensure that blue carbon is embedded in Indonesia National Development Agenda, linking climate action with economic planning. And importantly, SDGs is now officially recognized in Indonesia's second NDC, marking a major milestone in acknowledging marine ecosystem as part of climate solution. Next slide, please. To ensure effective implementation, 4 key pillars are required each influence one another. The first is the policy and legal framework. Without strong regulation, conservation will be difficult to implement. This includes spatial planning, the design of protected area, and law enforcement. The second is sustainable financing. We cannot rely solely on government budget. Innovating financing mechanism are needed, such as carbon credit, green bond, and resource-based payment scheme to attract both public and private investment. And the third is institutional network and data. Blue carbon management require accord and transparent data. Therefore, an MRV system is essential to ensure that every ton of carbon is properly measured and credibly verified. And the fourth, equally important, is community empowerment. Coastal community must be part of the solution, not only as beneficiaries, but also as key stewards of the ecosystems. This approach ensures both sustainable and social equity. Next slide, please. This slide presents the current progress in the development of blue carbon initiative in Indonesia, particularly related to circular ecosystem. In Indonesia, the work is currently in progress across 5 main components. First, blue carbon mapping. So, national SDGs map has been developed, providing a baseline understanding of the distribution of SDGs across Indonesia. This map serves as an important reference for assessing blue carbon potential and supporting marine ecosystem management and policy planning. I'm sorry, before slide. Second, database and prospectus. This component include carbon stock measurement, emission factor research, and the identification of potential location for blue carbon project. This effort aims to develop a national database that can support the future development of blue carbon initiative and investment opportunities. Third, inventory and mitigation. Indonesia is currently working on the recalculation of greenhouse gas inventories of seagrass ecosystem following the IPCC wetland supplement methodology. This effort strengthen the contribution of marine sector to national climate mitigation reporting. For regulation, so several ministerial decisions and regulatory framework related to blue carbon are being developed with some already issued. This regulation provide the legal foundation for blue carbon measurement, management, and project development. Fifth, capacity building. So capacity building is also being conducted through training on blue carbon inventories, flood measurement, emission calculation, and ecosystem mapping. These activities aim to enhance the capacity of stakeholders to effectively implement blue carbon initiative. So next slide, please. Nah, the progress is structured around 3 key components. Project location planning, regulative development, and national update and shallow marine habitat. So in Indonesia, the first planning, location, and registration in the initial stage of blue carbon project development, location planning and project registration have been initiated. Currently, about 20 locations are in the pre-planning stage, involving activities such as boundary delineation, ecosystem assessment, and preliminary carbon potential identification. A pre-feasibility study has been conducted in one location, namely East Kalimantan, to evaluate the feasibility development blue carbon projects. In addition, for project location proposal have been prepared. And from this initiative, 5 locations have been registered in the National Register System for Climate Change Control. This consists from one conservation area, Sulawesi National Park. For non-conservation area, namely Demak, Jepara, Bintan, and Sumbawa Saleh Bay. This registration is an important step to ensure the blue carbon project are formally recognized within Indonesia National Climate Framework. Second, publish standard and regulation to support in implementation. MMRF has also developed technical standard and regulatory instrument. So to support implementation MMRF, key document include Minister Decree number 90 of 2025 on the SDGs Blue Carbon Measurement Guideline, Directorate General Decree number 32 of 2025 on the working group for national corridor and SDGs information preparation. Kemudian Directorate General Decree number 45 of 2024 on technical guideline for geospatial information on shallow marine habitat. This regulation provide the necessary framework to ensure standards, the methodology, reliable data, and effective governance of blue carbon initiative. And national update on shallow marine habitat in parallel with project and regulated development. Indonesia has also update national data on shallow marine habitat. The total map shallow marine habitat are currently reach approximately 2,027 million hectare, consists of coral reef about 838,000 hectares, seagrass bed about 660,000 hectare, basic subsoil with rehabilitation potential about 777,000 hectare, and macroalgae about 3,000 hectare. This data provide an essential foundation for ecosystem conservation planning, restoration program, and future blue carbon project development. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, this slide present priority set for blue carbon project, calculate area with significant potential for emission reduction and carbon storage, particularly in seagrass and mangrove ecosystem. Example in Teluk Saleh, seagrass ecosystem cover approximately 2,040 hectares. This ecosystem have estimate emission reduction potential of 797 ton carbon per year. Next slide, please. So the slide explain how blue carbon initiative can be integrated with the Ocean Account Framework. So Ocean Accounting provide a systematic framework for tracking the interaction between ocean account, health, and socioeconomic activities. So this approach create critical linkage between physical ecosystem data and economic valuation, enable more informed and evidence-based policy decision. So the first component is asset mapping. So next slide, please. So ladies and gentlemen, in this slide we present the overall framework of ocean accounting with as the foundation of blue carbon management. This approach does not only consider ecosystem asset, but also capture how their benefit flow into the economy as well as their impact on the environment. So in general, there are 7 key aspects being measured. First, ecosystem assets such as mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef. Second, the flow of goods and service to the economy, including fisheries and tourism. Third, the flow of residual to the environment, such as emission and pollution. In addition, we also assess ocean economy, government, and how all these components are integrated into a comprehensive presentation to reflect overall ocean world. Through this framework, we are able to better understand the interlink between ecology, economy, and policy in a holistic manner. Next slide, please. In this slide, we illustrate how blue carbon accounting can help support policy making. So the process began with spatial data, including permit, marine spatial planning, and ecosystem conditions such as mangrove, seagrass, and coral reef. These data set are then translated into grid-based format to enable model analysis. So from this, we can estimate how much carbon is stored and sequestered, as well as how specific activity may increase or reduce emission. The results are used to monitor value chains across ecosystem asset, economic flow, and environmental impact. So most importantly, this information serves as a basis of policy response, such as charges permit, imposing restoration obligation, and design conservation area. In short, blue carbon account bridge scientific data with measure and actionable policy decision. So as a forward, next slide, please. We would like to highlight our strategic priority and call for collaboration. From a strategic perspective, there are two key priorities. First, finalizing the blue carbon trading roadmap, including benefit sharing mechanism to enable participation in carbon markets. Second, strengthen data system, including integration with the national register system to enhance transparency. However, this effort cannot be achieved alone. Therefore, we invite collaboration in three key areas. First, data integration to support a unified national ocean account dashboard. Second, site-specific monitoring to improve the accuracy of carbon stock assessment. Third, promoting invest in nature-based solution through a carbon economic value framework. So through this collaboration, we aim to advance blue carbon management that not only contribute to climate change mitigation, but also deliver tangible economic benefit for community. Thank you for this presentation.
I think what stands out to me for Indonesia is the scale, 660,000 hectares of seagrass. That's more than a lot of countries in the region. And so the complexity, it's quite the challenge, but the role of ocean accounts as well, especially for carbon accounting and the mitigation, the adaptation, and you mentioned at the end, nature-based solutions, which is a concept that resonates with a lot of our representatives here today. And so we heard from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Fiji, and then Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and now a different perspective from the Central Bank of Costa Rica. Ms. Maria Jose, please, the time is yours.
Costa Rica is a really small country. I'm going to try to take that. But our ocean, Pacific and Caribbean combined is more than 574,000 square kilometers. That means that more than 11 times more ocean than land. The land is just 51,100 square of land. Yet, historically, we have focused our planning and measurements efforts on the land and very little on the oceans. We think, I believe, that ocean accounts are one of our opportunities to correct that historical debt. Costa Rica has a firm commitment to the conservation, protection, and sustainable use of its marine resources, including protecting more than 13% of its marine territory. Lord Kelvin said, "What is not defined cannot be measured. What is not measured cannot be improved. What is not improved always deteriorates. Sorry. So since 2016, the Central Bank of Costa Rica has been committed to the developing environmental accounts, providing economic and environmental information to support decision-making. Recently, we began the process of developing our first marine resources account. And we have a significant advantage that support of other government institutions. In 2018, Costa Rica created the National Council on Environmental Accounts through executive decree. 5 institutions around one table: Ministry of Environmental and Energy, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of National Planning and Economy Policy, National Institute of Statistics and Census, and the Central Bank of Costa Rica. Almost 10 years of institutional coordinations, accounts are already compiled for forests, water, energy, among others. A working group has now been established and is developing a roadmap for the ocean account of Costa Rica. The ocean account is the next natural step for us in order to build on a foundation that already exists. As you know, this is not an easy process, and it's not a process one person can do alone or one institution can do alone. The key lessons from Costa Rica are these. You need to find the real balance or the right balance between technicians and policymakers. The conversation can get very, very focused on the technical side, on making the accounts as robust as possible, but you cannot lose the sight of the end goal. The accounts must be useful for decision making, and it must have demand, it must inform the current state of the ocean and show how things can be improved. The interinstitutional working group we built in Costa Rica has promoted exactly that conversation. And it has made the process longer, but it will produce something of genuine relevance for ocean governance. So now for this panel, we have one of bigger challenge, as many countries here, is data availability and ensuring the official status of this data. So I also curious to hear from this panel, how have other countries faced these limitations, and have you used international database? And that's my intervention for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention and that challenge as well of balancing the technical side and meeting the need that we have right now. And before we go to our last speaker, we will open up the floor as well to questions and answers after the panel discussion. So please, if you have questions, write them down and know who to address them to. But last but not least, we have Antonio from Ocean Revolution, Mozambique.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thanks to the GoUp Secretariat for hosting this exchange and inviting us to present some results of the work we are advancing in regard to ocean accounts in Mozambique. In your right hand corner, we have the map of Mozambique. And in terms of context of this project, Mozambique has about 2,700 kilometers of coastline. And luckily, us, Ocean Revolution, we are based in Inhambane province, which holds 700 kilometers of coastline. And we are pleasant also to be pioneering the first social accounts. And we did this pilot in Inhambane Bay, which you can see this snapshot on the map there, with a variety of ecosystem coming from seagrass, mangroves, coral reefs, and also coastal dunes. In terms of actual context, what's been happening with the data in Mozambique is the fact that we have several actors from the government, NGOs, and community-based organizations. So there's some sort of data available, but there is not actually a national platform where everyone can access that data. So the challenge for us was to pilot and also inspire the new generation of Mozambicans, NGOs, and the government to bring up discussions to the table about what comes next, which is the ocean accounting, and what's going to be the use of these for decision-making process, and what we have accomplished from there to now. Okay, so we have piloted the ocean social accounting in Inhambane Bay, and through the fellowship, we have adopted the ecosystem mapping and monitoring of mangroves. And Jonas, who's a fellow in this program doing his master's, which I would like to introduce, he's currently working on a mangrove condition account, and he's also the pioneer in our country. So this gives us additional challenge in also to introduce this to the Mozambican government. And this is quite a big investment in terms of local capacity, and which we welcome to the GoUp Secretariat, because we believe that investing in a human capital is such a big asset and output from this project overall. And we have also reached to the translation of the community knowledge into accountable national data. Because in the past, for instance, we have built up the social accounting, especially working with remote coastal fishers and also women gleaners. In the very past, the outcomes and from the gleaners and also from the artisanal fishers coming from the informal sector, the government accounts did not value, in most of the case, underestimated the contribution of this sector, especially when it comes from women's in terms of guaranteeing the food security, and also in terms of a contribution in overall national product. The role of the women it's been underestimated, and through the social account, we were able to bring up this to the table and show to the decision makers and also the community in general that there is a big gap and there is a big contribution that didn't show in the national data. And this is what we want to capitalize to the ocean account, and also making sure that the government adopts this approach so that we can see the reflection of overall contributions in the national data. And we have started this engagement with the decision maker groups for the blue economy in Mozambique, which have developed the first blue economy account for Mozambique. But still, this is just the very beginning. And one of things that we also would like to challenge the GoUp Secretariat is what's going to happen afterwards, after most of us have completed our accounts. How are we going to make sure that the data sourced from the accounts is going to be translated into a decision-making process in real life. We have such of regulations and laws passed and approved in our local governments, but in most of the case, we haven't seen those informing the decision-making process. Is there any advocacy strategy or what that's being prepared so that can come along with the ocean accounting? Okay. The lessons we have learned through the pilots of the social account and now also through the mangroves accounting and process is that recognizing and including diverse stakeholders enriches the social accounts efforts and ensures more comprehensive data collection. So we will be open to learn from both sides, and we have this clear understanding that local communities for centuries, they have been holding such a very rich and diversified knowledge. And unfortunately, that's not very well documented. And with this ocean accounts opportunity, this is a way forward so that we can document, we can value and ensure that there is a very well captured knowledge and contributions are reflected in the national data system. And also, by giving the decision makers a clear understanding of how coastal communities use, depend on, and know about marine ecosystems can become a meaningful tool to prevent conflict, promote equity, also in terms of resources and results sharing, especially accounting in women's and youth participations, and planning and also in allocating the right resources to where is needed. So the foundation of inclusivity and a sustainable management government will definitely be acquired through the ocean accounting, and this is how we see the way forward. Mozambique, in terms of links, is well aligned from the SDGs 1, 5, and 14 in reducing the poverty, gender equity, and life below the water. So all of these results of ocean accounts that are being developed in Mozambique, and also especially the social, and as we see the process we're moving forward, are going to definitely cover a variety of information that can be collected in once, but can be inform different sets or different lines of decision making. So at the end of the day, we are going to be moving towards the lowering the poverty, the gender equity, and also the improvement of management of marine resources, which is one of our major concerns here. In terms of also another Mozambique commitments, we have also the national determinate contributions to the carbon, and Mozambique is a signatory of that. And we also have an ongoing draft of the carbon credits framework in Mozambique. It's not completed yet, but we are glad that in the meantime, we are also working on the mangrove accounting, and soon we potentially will be working on the seagrass accounting. So in terms of national biodiversity strategy, Mozambique is also signatory of the Paris Protocol, and we are working towards the conservation of 30% of our marine territory. At this point, would like to thank all of you for your attention. Obrigado.
Thank you, Antonio. And you brought up a really good point, because in ocean accounts, it's not just economic, it's not just ecological, it's social as well. And so how can we bring all of that together? And I point to Becca, if you can just stand up really quickly. She will be, and Yoga as well, if he's here. We'll be doing a session this afternoon on the social accounting and governance accounting side of things, so don't miss that. But the other things that you brought up were the links to decision making. And these are examples we need to find from all our representatives here and exchange how we can drive decision making with these frameworks and tools. And the last one is the informal sector. Hopefully we can cover a bit more of that in the session in the afternoon. And so I think we'll begin with a panel discussion. So if I could please get more microphones on the stage, Pia. And while the microphones are coming up, just so the audience gets to know you a little bit more, a very simple question. What occupies most of your day? How does your work feed into some of the ambitious commitments that your country has? So how does your role fit specifically into ocean commitments within your country? And a very direct one, we'll start with Ibu Leni with the working group on seagrass and the NDCs. Maybe just a very quick statement on how you work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your very important question. Maybe Jordan, so Indonesia maybe from seagrass data to national policy can be seen as a step-by-step process of land science data and governance. So it starts from flight level effort, mapping seagrass extent, assessing ecosystem condition and measuring carbon stock using various methodology. At this stage, one of the main challenge was the data was framed across institutions and not yet standardized. And to address this, we work on developing standard measurement guideline and strengthening data consolidation so that seagrass data could be comparable, credible, and policy relevant. So the next step was translating the science data into spatial and economic information. This allowed us to identify priority area, including 19 seagrass habitat with significant carbon storage potential. So what made this process possible was the strong policy push through the Blue Carbon Ecosystem Roadmap 2025 and supporting regulation. Seagrass was formally recognized as a part of Indonesian national climate and development agenda. That's all.
Thank you. And just making a link here, you mentioned remote sensing. I believe, Maria, you're a GIS expert, but within the central bank. Is that correct? So maybe how do you work on these commitments?
Okay, yes, I am not economist, I am geographer, and this is new in some of the central banks. And I came from a different perspective. So related to the ocean accounts and the environmental accounts and working with geospatial data, we need to work on reduce a gap, an important gap. As you know, ocean accounting, ecosystem accounting are especially explicit. So in the central bank, we are doing a lot of work related to geoliteracy. That means teaching to the economies how to use data, how to understand scales, what is important in scales, what are the difference of the resolution of MODIS image, Landsat image, Sentinel image, and why this kind of information is very important for the economies, and how can we together harmonize this data, but all these informations speak the same language. You know what I mean? So that is very important from the geospatial data, you know, and from my background perspective.
And the same question to Andrew from Fiji. Yeah. The question is like, how do you connect to your country's ocean commitments? What do you work on?
Yeah, thank you, Torun. For Fiji, under the ministry that I work for, we have the mandate for ocean governance under the Climate Change Act. So we have the ocean commitment under under our legislation. We are not the only ministry that that has the mandate for ocean governance. We have the Ministry of Fisheries that looks after the fisheries resources. We have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that looks after the ocean affairs and other international commitments. But for the specific work that we do, we attempt to domesticate all these international commitments. And one of them is the setting up of the ocean accounts in partnership with the Fiji Bureau of Statistics and the GOEP. But we hope that this will be an initiative that we are able to achieve some of the progress into this international commitment. We know that it's going to be a difficult process for us, given our experiences in trying to meet other international commitments and the process that we have taken in terms of data collection and in terms of the data collection process. But I think through the learning experiences that in the last 2 days and also for today, we will be taking back home a lot of lessons that we can improve on our processes and how to set up the ocean accounts. Thanks.
Thank you. And for Antonio, maybe the same question, but can you tell us a little bit about Ocean Revolution Mozambique?
Thank you very much. As a national NGO, Ocean Revolution has been working very close to the coastal communities in Mozambique, especially in environmental education, and from the primary schools to the remote coastal villages, and also producing documentaries and also radio programs so that conservation literacy and advocacy is being delivered to the communities. And we are also working on the ecosystem restoration program, especially working on the mangroves restoration campaigns, and also we have pioneered the first seagrass restoration program in Mozambique. And we are also now pushing for the legalization of community-driven led marine MPAs, which afterwards are going to be worked as OECMs that are going to fulfill the contribution of Mozambique in conserving 30% of the marine territory. But we're also pushing in terms of advocacy with the government and other international NGOs for policy making, and especially in adopting of best practices for ocean conservation, especially now that we are working on the ocean accounts, which we understand this is such a very big tool to change the approach and also leverage the information and the data that for several years have been missed out.
Thank you. And maybe just a follow-up question. How do you integrate traditional and local knowledge in that work?
That has been our main focus, because we understood from the very beginning of our work that communities themselves hold such a very interesting ways of approaching and deal with the nature. And we couldn't find any way that knowledge being written down. And the approach we decided was to partner with Edward Mondlane University to capture the traditional knowledge and bridge with 21st century knowledge. So to align, and both knowledge approach would be useful for the ocean conservation. And this is how we have been aligning so far.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Maria? Or?
I think that connection between local communities and all this technical information needs to be done, I think, in all the analysis that we do. Yes, yeah. That's really nice. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And we have mostly a lot of government representatives here. And I'm sure they agree with me that when the reporting cycle for NDCs or NBSAPs or SDG voluntary national reporting comes along, they get a little bit stressed. No? So how could ocean accounts, especially through the central bank, through the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, or Ocean Revolution Mozambique, or Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, how can ocean accounts help with these reporting cycles? Maybe I'll start with Maria.
Let me start. Thank you. So ocean accounts is this great, or deliver this greatest multi-framework impact when it focuses on the core of the ocean assets that are already prioritized across all these three frameworks, as you know. The set of the standardized, spatially explicit data can be used simultaneously to this report. For instance, in Costa Rica, we could use the NDCs for climate mitigation and adaptation, for NBSAP. These ocean accounts are related to this in biodiversity conservation, and for SDG, sustainable development outcomes. That means same data, three different frameworks, and we could reduce duplications with that among all these organizations or institutions in Costa Rica. So also the strongest single opportunity is blue carbon ecosystem for us, mangrove, seagrass, coastal wetlands, and the same accounting data on area, condition, and carbon stocks fits the NDC. Reporting on blue carbon sequestration, NBSP reporting on an ecosystem and extent and restoration, and SDG 13, 14, and 15 simultaneously. That means that everything on these frameworks are connected with ocean accounting. So in Costa Rica, with the National Council on Environmental Accounts, could coordinate with all these institutions that are in charge to develop these frameworks, to report to each framework before the accounts are built. So we need to communicate very well between each other in order to reduce duplication on the analysis and take advantage on this developing of the ocean accounts in order to fit these three frameworks.
Thank you, Maria. Maybe Andrew, in terms of how Ocean Accounts assists with all the reporting frameworks that you described.
Yeah, thank you. Probably just continuing from what Costa Rica has mentioned. I think for Fiji, our intent of developing the ocean account, because we don't have a centralized database system where we collect data and have a centralized system and reporting to other international community. We hope that we can do this international ocean account. In terms of our climate commitments, because it's based on projections, I think what the ocean accounts can do, it can provide the actual estimates, because you're kind of collecting the raw data over the years, and how we can use that to meet some of our climate commitments. But as I presented, as I highlighted in my presentation, we hope that the ocean accounts can be the link between our national priorities, collecting the data from all our indicator level frameworks, and how we can translate that into the other international frameworks. These international frameworks, such as the SDG and NDC, they have the different methodology of reporting. SDG is one of probably the most challenging one when we start looking at the indicators and at the metadata level of reporting. But we hope that the ocean accounts can have a standardized system for us, that we can collect and analyze and verify this information, and also try and meet this the methodology for this different frameworks. So we hope that we will be developing the account in this way. But I think the question is what is the purpose of setting up the ocean accounts? Whether we go into the pathway of meeting our international commitment, or whether it's for investment sake, or to assist us in our planning and budget processes. So in these development stages, we are trying to answer all these questions. And I hope that after these 3 days, we are able to respond back to our people back home on how best we can develop the ocean accounts. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. So not a perfect overlap with, especially with SDGs. If you've ever had the pleasure of trying to report for any SDGs, you'll understand that the methodology is not the most straightforward thing in the world. But hopefully Ocean Accounts helps a little bit. Maybe Ibu Leni?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. That's very relevant question. So from Indonesia experience, the critical opportunity for ocean account to serve multiple framework lies in providing a single integrated spatially based data system that can be used across different reporting needs. So through this approach, the same data such as ecosystem extent, condition, and carbon stock can simultaneously support reporting for NDCs, NBSAPs, and SDGs without requiring separate data collection process. The key is to align indicator from the beginning so that one data system can speak to multiple framework in different way while relying on the same underlying information. So in this way, OCR can think acts as a bridge, reducing duplication, improving consistent, and strengthening the credibility of reporting across commitment.
Yeah, we've mentioned bridges a few times today already. So a bridge from Fiji's really nice diagram and a bridge towards climate mitigation and adaptation as well. And please, Antonio, how can we help reporting for, you've already mentioned NDCs and 30 by 30.
Thank you very much. From a practitioner perspective, there is a clear understanding for us that ocean accounts are such a very important tool that needs to be aside of decision makers when it comes to report the international commitments, because it's such a very diversified, integrated, and reliable data source. And therefore, I can't imagine moving forward without the adoption of this approach, because otherwise a lot of information will be missed out to those reports. And adopting ocean accounts as a source for reporting of these international commitments can make the information more simple, accessible for everyone, and also can increase the transparency of data that is being shared and reported internationally. This is how we see this forward.
Thank you very much. And so now I'm sure some people have some questions here for our panelists. So does anyone have any questions for the session? Yes, from Sri Lanka's Department of Census and Statistics.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for their informative and roadmap type presentations. We gather so many information from your presentation. And as many of you said regarding ocean accounting, the scope is very broad, and related transactions are complicated. Valuing ocean related assets are highly technical. And most critical thing is we should gather so many related authorities to complete this task, especially for countries like ours. It will be a tedious task. So what may be the possible strategies to gather them and keeping them until the end? That is my question. This is open for all these speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Well, from the Costa Rica experience, and is something that I just mentioned, and is been super successful for us, is this decree that joined fine institutions related to planification, but is by like kind by law. They should and they must to give the data and have meetings like one time per month in order to see the advances of the natural accounts. So, but this is a decree, a national decree. And we have that like since 10 years ago, and we still working on that, and it's very, very successful in that way.
I might pass the same question because I want to also recognize Ashish from the Fiji Bureau of Statistics is here alongside Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. How is the flow of decisions and ocean accounting work in Fiji as an example to Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I think to answer your question, in terms of the flow, we will have to go back to the coordination of this whole system. I just came back from India on a SDG conference meeting. For the whole week, it's just the issue of coordination. Different ideas of coordination, different setup from different regions of India and some countries that are presented. Because as I mentioned in my presentation, we are not just coordinating people, we are actually coordinating the data and the flow of data, where it is, so, the source of the information, how it is analyzed. For Fiji, from our experience in terms of the reporting on SDG, one of the challenges in terms of collecting data and having that flow from the sources into the Fiji Bureau of Statistics is that most of the people that work in different agencies, they do not understand the methodology of reporting for SDGs. We hope that the ocean accounts can kind of have a standardized system where they will be able to report on this specific indicator level. So that's my response in terms of the I mean in responding to your question. I think that the challenge in terms of coordination, and that is from a policy level. I work at the policy level, but the Fiji Bureau of Statistics might have a different response in terms of them coordinating the data in terms of the experience in doing all these major national level surveys.
Based on our experience, in most of the cases, each international commitment has focal points or group of discussion on each ministry, which means that a certain group of people will be following up each commitment and making sure that the objectives and the methodology is in place. But for ocean accounting, what's happening, for instance, I would like to recap the last gathering that we had in Fiji. We had some Mozambican government representatives and the National Statistic Institute responsible for the national social account. He was present, and unfortunately didn't come this time, but gathering and exposing government people to this kind of workshops and conference, and also showcasing to show to them how the ocean accounts design works, and what kind of information we can gather, and what's the result at the end of the day, can give a different perspective of thinking to these people. Otherwise, if we just keep having conversation speeches without showing to them in real, it's still going to be a conversation. But showing, casing, and making them understand how the information can flow and what source of data can come out for decision making, this is a different approach that we believe can be worthwhile.
So we have time for one more question. So would anyone like to ask a question to our panelists?
Yeah, sorry, Don. Can I just continue from a colleague from Mozambique? I think for Fiji, for this process, we are not producing new data. I think the data already exists. For Fiji, we have all these national committees that are already producing data. They already have these committees that, say, for Fiji, we have our Marine Protected Area Committee that are already analyzing data on marine protected areas, that are setting up all these locally managed areas, marine protected areas. They all have the data on the MPAs. We have this data working group on fisheries that are looking at all the fisheries resources, all our tuna. They discuss the data on fisheries. And so we have the SDG technical working group. These are all national committees that all have already analyzed the information, the data. So I think for this ocean account, we can tap into these different national committees that already have data and how it can be used into the accounting system. If you seen the presentation on one of the slides, you will notice that we have the National Ocean Policy Steering Committee that will be providing the oversight of the ocean accounts. And you notice that we have the Fiji Bureau of Statistics and the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change at the same level. We didn't want the Fiji Bureau of Statistics to be reporting to us, to be more like a hierarchy. We want them to be at the same level. Because if, say for example, I leave the ministry, there will always be people at the Fiji Bureau of Statistics that can continue in terms of the data analysis. But we want to make sure that we demarcate the two roles, coordinating at the national level and those that are coordinating the data. We make sure that because initiating the social accounts did not come from the Fijians, it came from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. There are other ocean initiatives that will be initiated from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change because we have the mandate. So we are coordinating at that level, but we will need the support of the Fiji Bureau of Statistics to work on this ocean accounting because they are the experts in Fiji. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It reminds me of one of the statements that came out of the very first global dialogue on ocean accounts. Start small, start with what you have, and then go with others, right? Don't just go by yourself. So, is there any more questions? So, Ashish?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if the question is relevant to this session, but yeah, as coming from the National Statistics Office, one of our mandate is also to develop national surveys, where we do our census and household surveys to cater for to collect information relevant. So I was just wondering, like we have mentioned a lot of gap, and while Fiji is preparing for our upcoming census, which will be next year, we are in the questionnaire design phase. Uh, would you be able to guide us or tell us through, or maybe the countries that have done ocean accounting or are in the progress of that, what sort of information should we be collecting from households that will be useful when we develop these ocean accounts that will serve as indicators or maybe at social indicators or household level uh, household level activity that links to the ocean. So is there anybody in the room that has actually incorporated the requirements of ocean accounts into their household surveys? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is more related to data set, I mean, ¿verdad?
Yes. So before I let the panelists respond, also pointing you towards the two sessions in the afternoon, the social accounts and governance accounts, and they'll have some information on the surveys that they've already done. And also, Ben will be sharing some exciting news about the technical guidance on ocean accounting and also how we can get global consultation and your input into them. But I'll let him discuss that later on today. So perhaps.
I understand well is more about global data sets, right?
Household survey. Survey at the household level.
Yes, that's difficult. Well, related to we are in Costa Rica, our first stages on developing this ocean account, and this is one of the also biggest question about how to produce and to create, or what kind of data we can use at that level or scale of analysis. We did some research and we found like this large amount of data with really good resolutions that could works. But the things or the challenge here and the challenge for us in Costa Rica is we have these global data sets, but what of these, we need to use official data. And that's a challenge because I know that in many cases, global data sets has better resolutions than one data set that have the government. But this is one of the discussions that we have at the internal of our team group, but related to this at the household level, there is a lot of data related with that. Meta from Facebook developed a lot of information, the NASA, ESA. There is a lot of information to create a very decent ocean account for everybody. So I don't know if you want to add.
Do you have any reflections, Antonio, on the social accounting at the local level?
Oh, thank you. We have been doing the household surveys for quite a long time period now. And from the exchange we had with the National Statistics Institute, they were only gathering sectorial information. They had no specific account for households. But if we had to say something, what we have been capturing, for instance, is the dependency of the households to the ocean, the ecosystem use, and the income generated out from the ocean related activities, and the number of people employed, direct or indirectly, in the ocean. Those are the kinds of informations that we have been capturing, and what's the contribution for the ocean for the households overall.
Okay. So we've run out of time, but obrigado, vinakabakalevu, and muchas gracias, and then terima kasih banyak. So please join me in thanking our panel. So now we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes before we go to the next session on ocean accounting and marine spatial planning. And if I just invite the panelists to stay for a quick photo. But otherwise, please enjoy your break. Thank you. It's all right. It's how the world. Hello again, everyone. So slightly larger room than the morning, but we'll start with the next session. So before we start as well, there's this QR code for the Bogor Strategic Action Plan that I mentioned. And on that is a document that you're able to suggest changes, provide comments on what should be the actions coming out of this event. So I'll leave that for a few seconds. Excellent. So maybe a few more minutes on this. Okay, perfect. So in the next slide, the next session is on ocean accounting and its implications for marine spatial planning, which is a very prominent framework in terms of how do we allocate space and resources to potentially competing economic activities. We could do this at many different scales, but this session is about defining where we want to go and then how do we get there. So the ocean accounts are a data foundation, and marine spatial planning is one way to use them. And so I'll invite our two speakers with us here today, Mr. Tristan Paris, who will provide a presentation from the Ministry of Environment, National Beautification, and the Blue and Green Economy, Barbados. And also Mr. Nicholas Henry, the mayor of Aitutaki Island in Cook Islands. So we'll hear some brief overview of the situation and the marine spatial planning and how it could help. But before that, I'll just provide some broad overview before we hear from our speakers. So just the slides from go up. And we'll have Dr. Irfan as well coming for the discussion. So I'll just add that Mr. Tristan is a little bit unwell, but he's still agreed to speak in this panel. So we deeply appreciate you still providing a presentation. So in the slides, the marine spatial planning and ocean account slides. So while we're waiting, around 126 countries, according to IOC UNESCO, have begun the process of marine spatial planning. And about 45 of them have produced plans. So how does, it's a little bit older as a framework, but how does ocean accounts fit in? And how is it synergistic to this particular ocean framework? So in the next slide, reflecting on what our colleague from Costa Rica said in the last panel, you can only manage what you measure. And so data are key to the informed decisions. So we measure, so we are able to manage. And that standardized metrics provide certainty in terms of what we're looking at. And so with these three topics, let's just dwell on this conceptual diagram. So many of us work in this space where there are international commitments such as SDGs, the Convention on Biological Diversity, or the Global Biodiversity Framework, and also NDCs as well. That influence national legislation and policies. And so we're left with many, many goals and targets. And sometimes we need to bring these different targets, this vision together. And a common way around the world to do that within the ocean space is marine spatial planning, alongside other tools like marine protected areas and the blue economy, or blue economy frameworks. Now, when we implement marine spatial planning, marine protected areas, and the blue economy, hopefully something changes within the environment, the economy, or society. And many times this information is fragmented across many ministries, institutions, NGOs. How can we bring this together to give the indicators we need to answer these goals and targets, particularly for marine spatial planning in this instance? So in the next slide, just defining marine spatial planning, it's where do we put our activities and when do we put our activities in ocean space? So the spatial and the temporal distribution of human activities. So we need to understand that some activities need space. You cannot have fishing on top of a offshore energy installation. The nets will get caught. So there's competition for space. But maybe there's also competition for resources as well. So we need to understand impacts of activities, but also their dependencies on marine and coastal space and resources. So in the next slide, it's getting busy in the ocean, much busier. We have strategic plans for mariculture, for tourism, for fisheries that are traditional uses, shipping lanes, and more renewable offshore energy installations. How do we decide where things go, when activities can happen, and how we can bring it all together? Of course, all of this information, all of this data, as I mentioned earlier, is spread across so many different institutions. How do we bring it all together? So in the next slide, this is from, not my paper, sorry, but the high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy. How can ocean accounts be the foundation for many of the spatial planning frameworks? And so you can go from a infrastructure of ocean accounting that feeds into your different policies, financial instruments, and then you can think of marine spatial planning as the implementation. So at the bottom, you have your knowledge foundation, a stable structure of all the knowledge that you have, feeding upwards through policies and legislation towards your implementation of the marine spatial planning in this instance. In the next slide. This is the current state. We made a report, which is a little bit dated now, from 2022, where we looked at marine spatial planning and ocean accounting across the world. But at the moment, there are about 126 countries with marine spatial planning globally, 8 countries in Asia with both ocean accounting and marine spatial planning activities, and 12 marine spatial plans completed in Asia per country. So some countries have multiple plans approved. Next. One important point before we hear from our speakers is we need a common data foundation if we're going to do marine spatial planning. And dashboards are just the start. So like what we heard from Dr. Ben, we need a stable spatial data framework to do spatial things like marine spatial planning. So a dashboard is good, and this is an example from for Fiji. And next, you can look at it from the national, you can look at it from smaller areas and try and bring all of that information together, ecosystems. But in the next slide, what we want to do with ecosystems is to understand how does it influence or impact with, or interact with rather, economic sectors. How is fishing looking at connected to specific ecosystems? How is direct and indirect dependencies influenced by how you plan? Because when you plan, of course, there's always trade-offs. Something gains and something loses. Let's understand what happens if we do choose to go in a particular direction. Next. Sorry, this is a bit large, but just some final points to summarize if you haven't heard of marine spatial planning before. So again, it allocates space and manages competition for resources. It's a way to structure the economic activities within an increasingly crowded ocean. But without systematic measurement of the ocean, it's difficult to do marine spatial planning. So we need a structured baseline, we need standardized indicators, and of course, ecosystem services evaluation helps with connecting ecosystems to the economy. So ocean accounting, aligned with the UN standard, helps provide this infrastructure. So in the last slide, I'll leave you with this before we hear from our panelists. Ocean Accounts provides the dynamic inputs we need so that we can not only do marine spatial planning, but adapt it over time. So with that, I invite Mr. Tristan from Barbados to give his presentation. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Okay. So how ecosystem accounts informs zoning, planning, and cumulative impact assessment. Next slide. Okay, so before we get into that, Barbados is a small island with a massive ocean responsibility, a land area of just 432 square kilometers, but an EEZ of 186,000 square kilometers. So its economy, culture, and resilience are deeply tied to the ocean through tourism, fisheries, and coastal protection. Yeah, like many island states, Barbados faces competing ocean uses such as tourism, fisheries, energy, shipping, combined with climate pressures and ecosystem degradation. The Barbados Marine Spatial Plan emerges as a national response to move from fragmented ocean use to integrated evidence-based ocean governance. And critically, to use natural capital accounting to inform real zoning decisions. Next slide, please. So why does this matter for your MSP? Well, this matters because we want to move from beyond maps to values and identify priority ecosystems, as well as support trade-off analysis, enable scenario comparisons. And so that matters because Ocean Counts helps Barbados answer the question that many island and coastal states struggle with. How do you justify capital decisions when multiple uses overlap and many ecosystems benefits are real but poorly measured? Next slide, please. So the Barbados approach, natural capital accounting reveals that there will be trade-offs. So for instance, when you try to protect areas, you might lose something as a trade-off, as we call it economic opportunity cost. So for example, we may have fisheries loss, but then we gain from tourism. Economic value of the ecosystems are in billions in values. So we would have, like, for instance, a protection scenario that could increase on their trade-offs with fisheries loss. This is exactly where ocean accounts inform zoning decisions. So firstly, we start with data and evidence base. So ecosystems as distinct and conditions, sectoral data, and stakeholder inputs. The idea is that you collate primary data analysis to help with the modeling. Natural capital accounting, as Jordan would have mentioned, is aligned with the UN framework, where it was used to produce ecosystem extent accounts, condition accounts, service flow accounts, as well as monetary valuations. That outcome is to help to link ecosystems to economic sectors to produce national value. And so then that leads us into modeling, looking at baseline versus different scenario analysis. So for instance, protecting one MPA versus not protecting as much, and so on. Spatial zoning design. We look at things such as biodiversity importance, economic value layers, and sector overlaps and conflict. This would entail things such as high protection zones, sustainable use zones, and sector priority areas. To do this, we have to have stakeholder integrations, because Okay, still there. Right. Stakeholder integrations. So in doing all this, we still have to have buy-in from your stakeholders, because ultimately we're interconnected. So stakeholder integration would include things such as government agencies, fishers, tourism sectors, and NGOs and academia. Decision making. Okay, next slide, please. So informing zoning decisions. Okay, so the suitability modeling in the draft zoning work is designed to identify areas that have high biodiversity, value well minimizing conflict with existing uses. Features such as reefs, canyons, sills, and submarine fans are treated as ecologically important. Well pressure layers like fisheries and energy activity are used to help avoid or manage high conflict zones. So this helps with to identify what is materially important. So instead of treating all map features equally, accounts help to distinguish which ecosystems are materially important because they underpin major flaws of value or risk reduction. In Barbados, that means coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, beaches, and broader systems. They help justify protection and misuse zones and misuse design, sorry. The Barbados protection scenario assumes a 30% protection ambition of part of that area in high protection no-take zones and part in medium protection mixed use areas. That kind of zoning logic depends on understanding not only biodiversity significance, but also what services may increase, remain compatible, or be constrained on the different levels of protection. So like we said before, this reveals trade-offs and not just benefits. So this is one of the most important strengths of ocean accounts when used properly. And this also lends to supportive adaptive zoning. Next slide, please. And so here we can see Barbados. And as you can see, the EZ is significantly larger than Barbados. And as you can see here, we still have some work to do, but we'll get on to that in the next slide. Now, coming on to this now, my team has identified that these are the areas that we want to focus on for protection in the future for our 30% EEZ. So here we have the medium biodiversity protection, which is sustainable use, control, extraction, and management. And then we focus on a high biodiversity protection with long-term protection and no take, with no damage to seabed. Next slide. So this zoning plans. When we look at what we're doing in these zoning areas, we're looking at things such as fisheries, energy, recreation, and transport and industry, right? Yeah, next slide, please. So what are we protecting in the deep sea? So we're protecting things such as cannons, escarpments, and fans. And this brings me now to the cumulative impact assessment. Sorry, next slide, please. So as part of the depth of nature deal, following conservation commitments, we've agreed to ask, instead of asking what's the impact of this one project, Ocean Council allows Barbados to ask, what's the current condition of the ecosystem assets? What benefit is it already supplying? What pressures are already acting on it? How would additional use change those flows over time? And how would those change differ on their alternative zoning and management regimes? So this makes it stronger by providing a baseline of ecosystem extinct and condition, a service-based lens on what is at stake, and a scenario framework for comparing futures, and a monitoring structure for ex-post evaluation. Slide. But then in order to do this, we have some key challenges. Like anything, we have data gaps, particularly in fisheries and coastal protection. So some of these most important services remain only partly quantified. As such, cost of establishment and management are also not yet fully quantified in protection scenarios, but that means the current natural capital results are directionally useful, but still incomplete for final zoning choices. These are well-known marine accounting problems, weak asset to service linkages, patchy spatial data, difficulties assigning some services to a single habitat, and uncertainty around future ecological survey and climate effects. The technical reporting explicitly flags these caveats. Next slide, please. So key insights and conclusions. Ocean accounts are most valuable not when they produce one big number for the value of the ocean, but when they help planners decide which places are critical, which uses are compatible, and where cumulative pressures are building, and how future benefits change on the different zoning choices. Next slide. Sorry, there ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. And we very much appreciate your presentation, even though you're feeling unwell. Our next speaker is Mr. Nick Henry from Cook Islands. So please take it away.
Peace and prosperity upon us all. I heard that maybe day one, I think it was. And that really reflected for me the feeling that you get when you come to Indonesia. It's so wonderful to be here. And I just want to acknowledge on behalf of the people of the Pacific how similar many things are when we come to your country. So we're very grateful for that. I would like to say, Meitaki Atupaka, thank you so much to the government of Indonesia, to the GoApp team, to the team from the United Kingdom, all of those who have made this possible. I'm so grateful for that and grateful for the opportunity to be here this morning and to just share with you very briefly a little story about the island that I call home, the Cook Islands. But before I do, I think everyone's getting a little bit tired. So if I can just ask everybody to stand up. Stand up for a moment. Come on, everybody, please stand up. And see you all getting a little bit, It's day three. It's day three. Okay, we're going to do a little exercise. I want you to put your right hand out. Everybody knows what their right hand is. One hand, just your right hand. Okay. Now, turn it palm up, facing the ceiling. All right. Now, lift it straight up in the air, all the way up. Oh, fantastic. Now, what I want you to do is bend it at the elbow and see if you can touch your back. Can you touch your back? Okay. Now, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Pat yourself on the back for a job well done. All right. Okay. All right, we're feeling a little bit better. Thank you. This is my son. His name's Harry. This was during COVID. And on our island, tourism is where our business is. Tourism is our livelihood. COVID hit and the tourists didn't come back for more than a year. So this particular day, we were the only people on the lagoon, and we loved it. It was amazing because we didn't have to share it with anybody. And it got me to thinking about, let's do a plan that allows us not only to maintain the beauty of our lagoon, but that will sustain it for the future. So the reason why we are here, when I look around the room, scientists, professors, PhDs, data collectors, but you're also ocean warriors. That's why you're here. That's why ocean accounting is going to be the next best thing. Is that right, Dr. Ben? Right? Or it already is. All right, if I say so. Can we have the next slide, please? In our culture, it's very important to understand who's talking, who is the tumu korero, who is the holder of knowledge. Not me. You people are. This is my grandfather. He was the first prime minister for our country, for the Cook Islands. Do we have anybody here? I know we've got Ecuador, Chile, Peru. No. But Ecuador and Chile and Peru were instrumental in the late 1940s in establishing exclusive economic zones. They were the pioneers of that. In the Pacific, the man there, my grandfather, was a pioneer for that with Ratu Sokamasisi Mara from Fiji. He made a presentation to the United Nations in Caracas in 1974, and that's what he said, trying to explain to people who have more land than they have ocean, trying to explain to them how important the ocean has been, especially for Pacific Islanders. The ocean doesn't separate us. As Dr. Kyra said, we are all connected to the ocean. For Pacific Islanders, the ocean is our blue highway. In the middle there, that was me many years ago. I sailed on a traditional waka. Has anybody seen the movie Moana, the Disney movie Moana, right? So the same as that. We sailed from the Cook Islands up to San Francisco. We spent 2 years on the ocean navigating by the stars. And that gave me another level of appreciation for the ocean. Why is it so important? And today, the last 2 days, I've been scratching my head wondering, why is ocean accounting important? And I'm still kind of wondering that, but I'm getting closer to it. Can we have the next slide, please? This is home, the Cook Islands. I've heard many of you talk about the comparison between the size of your land and the size of your ocean. Now understand this, those little dots there, in fact, you have to go like this on your phone about 10 times just to find where the Cook Islands are in the middle of the Pacific. We are so small, less than 240 square kilometers of land and over 2 million square kilometers of ocean. So we are a blue country. When it comes to marine spatial planning, like you heard from Tristan, there are many conflicting needs and desires from government agencies, private sector, tourism. One of the things I did want to highlight, we have the largest marine protected area in the world. For a population of just 15,000 people, our marine protected area is 1.9 million square kilometers. And we established that in 2017. Now, it's a great thing to do, but what does it actually mean? And the reality is, I think I heard it in day one where sometimes people said, you know, ocean accounting, it started and then it kind of stopped and then it got started again. The same thing with this, we announced that we had a marine protected area, and then we started to talk about other activities that are going to happen in there, including our seabed minerals. So those little black things there, they lie on the bottom of the ocean in the Cook Islands. To the east of us is Tahiti, there's nothing there. To the west of us, American Samoa, nothing there either. Why did it land just in the Cook Islands? And there is, we don't know the real value of it. It's the estimates are going up and up and up. We've been exploring this for 50 years. We've looked at the seabed, and we've had the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans. We've had everybody come in to help the Japanese. And now we're starting to do it ourselves. For the last 3 years, we've had partnerships with 3 companies, and we've been observing the bottom of the ocean. What's down there? 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters. I had the pleasure of being on one of the research vessels. We went out there, it was 5,011 meters. We put a scoop down, picked up these nodules. They're just lying on the surface in about 3 to 5 centimeters of sediment, waiting to be harvested. Inside these are manganese, cobalt, nickel, lithium, a lot of the rare earth minerals that people want to use for the renewable energies. And so when we look at this from a Cook Island perspective, we got to say, you know, maybe there's going to be some environmental impact. Of course there is. Every time you disturb something, there's an impact. But if we were to look at it from a global perspective, then we would say go ahead and do it, because if we are going to do global accounting for all of our oceans, then this is going to have the least environmental impact of harvesting those minerals. But these are some of the questions that I'm hoping ocean accounting will answer for us. Next slide, please. This is the island that I'm the mayor of. This is the island I call home. And this is a saying. So we've had marine spatial plans in our culture for over 1,000 years. We call it ra'ui. Heu no te akauroa. Ka okirai ki tōna te akauroa. Te akauroa is the long reef. That's this one down here on the left-hand side. The long reef, that's our supermarket. That's where we go and harvest our food. But that supermarket, those shelves are not as full as they used to be. So we need to do more. Next slide, please. I'm hoping that this gives you a little bit of understanding of the place that I call home and why protecting the ocean is so important to us. On that island, we have a population just under 2,000 people, very small. We have 50,000 visitors a year. One of the successes of our tourism is that almost every single business is owned by Cook Islanders, by the locals there. But at the moment, we don't have the funding formula that makes sure that the money from the visitors are going to the lagoon that brings them to our country. And I'm hoping that that's what ocean accounting is going to help us achieve. Next slide, please. In January last year, just a few months after I became the mayor of the island, I rallied together our traditional leaders and we reinstated the ceremony of ra'ui. We've had these ra'ui on our island for over 20 years, but the problem was they weren't respected, and former leaders were actually in there fishing. And on the right-hand side, you see that image was texted me on my phone. You know, somebody was out there and they said, hey, look. And so I posted it straight away, not realizing whose boat it was. It was one of the pastors from the church fishing inside the ra'ui. Anyway, he got a telling off from myself. So next slide, please. The three most important things in life. In our language, e tangata, e tangata, e tangata. What it means, people, people, people. Three most important things in life. And this was part of our ra'ui ceremony. And so we had the pūtokotoko, we had the traditional leaders, our ariki. We had them out there. The point for this was I wanted all of them to be witnesses to the event. Once you are a witness to it, then you are obliged to follow the event and to follow the rules established for our ra'ui. Next slide, please. Is there another slide? Oh, okay. You see, I had a whole heap of slides, and last night, after drinking beer with my Phrygian colleagues, I was deleting them because I just thought my presentation was going to be far too long. And as a politician, we can talk for hours. What I do want to add, though, is some of the takeaways that I've, in my very limited ability, what I've been able to sort of grasp. There was one of my friends from Madagascar, and he made a comment about universities build people. They build good people. They build good leaders. I believe that. We need more of our leaders in our country to have gone to university. From the marine spatial perspective and using the ocean accounting, what I've heard is one of our biggest challenges is getting interagency collaboration within our government. But I'm also looking at the countries, so I congratulate Vietnam and Belize and our colleagues from Fiji, those who have already started and made quite a lot of progress in this space around ocean accounting. But I also want us not to just look at the technical tables that allow that interagency coordination, but also inter-country coordination and inter-region coordination. And there was another comment that I wrote down, and it was talking about we need the scientific credibility before we look at the monetary value. And that credibility of the data, that's one of the challenges for us going forward. So what's our action plan coming out of Bogor? We need political champions. For our country, right now, that's my role, to be a champion for ocean accounting, to go home. In fact, before I go home, with the help of Ashish, to do a press release announcing that ocean accounting is going to be part of the future for the Cook Islands. It has to be. As I mentioned, we have the largest marine protected area in the world, but we don't really fully understand that. And ocean accounting is going to help us do that. The second part of it is we need to, as our friends from Fiji have said, we need to incorporate ocean accounting into our national accounts. Right now, today, we have a team who is drafting from our National Environment Service, a team who is drafting marine spatial plans for the country. We have done a lagoon management plan for Aitutaki. In fact, it's currently being updated as well. But the problem is we just keep planning, you know, more plans. So what I was really thrilled about was to see from Bogor the action. One of the key takeaways for me. Is that right, Jordan? Action, yeah, man. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for putting up with my antics. I'm so grateful again to the team for bringing me all the way from the Cook Islands to the beautiful islands of Indonesia. Metaki Atupaka, thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite Dr. Irfan to join us on stage just for a very informal discussion on marine spatial planning and how ocean accounts fit. But maybe the first question is, can you describe more what the Raui is like? Is it zones? Is it, how does it work?
Yeah, so the concept of Raui is predominantly around lagoons and ocean, and it is putting areas for no-take zone. We can have Raui traditionally for species, so we can protect certain species of fish, certain species of shellfish. We also have Raui on the land. Now, Raui started 1,000 years ago, and it was put in place by the chiefs to make sure that there was always enough food for everyone in the village. It was also there for the chiefs to make sure that he had plenty of food. If you see the size of some of our chiefs, you'll understand why. And so the Raui was not only on the ocean and in the lagoon, but we would also do it on land. When people disrespected their land and they didn't look after the fruit trees, we could also put the Raui on that as well to ensure that there was always enough food for the future. That was really what the Raui is about.
And is there something analogous in Indonesia? Of course, there's many, many protected areas, marine protected areas, 30 by 45. How do we do this at the local scale?
Yeah, I think if you ask about the protected area, I think Indonesia, according to Indonesian government document, there are to form the first MPA, marine protected area. This is government based, either the national level or the provincial level, and then we have at the community based level, we have couple of form related this. And now formally government would like to recognize this protection areas or base areas based management under the OSM.
So OECMs as other effective conservation measures under the latest global biodiversity framework.
Yeah.
And so one thing is, we were discussing yesterday about how do we show the value of the environment to the village level or to people and that are stakeholders of the area so that they can understand the true value of those resources. And there's already a customary framework for that. But once you go back to Cook Island, how would you describe to the local level this is how important these ecosystems are?
You know, I think that most of us value things once they are gone. Then we really, when we miss them, you know, when, for example, and all of us face this today, that to catch the same amount of fish, you have to go further and you have to fish longer than your father did or your mother did. So explaining that value, people already in our community are already fully aware. And so how to put it into monetary terms, maybe a little bit more challenging at this point in time, but if Ashish was here, he would be able to help me with that household survey. And I think that we do those as well in our island, and we're getting very good at it. We only have a small population, so we can get very accurate information very quickly. But I guess putting a value on it would be how much canned fish are you now buying from 10 years ago when you would just catch it? I mean, nobody sold fish on our island 10 years ago because you just caught it. If that makes sense, like nobody sold bananas because everybody had bananas.
Yeah, just a quick reflection from our work in the Maldives. Tuna, they used to just eat that every day. And now it's becoming even more expensive that now they have to start targeting the reef fish in some atolls as well. And I'm sure that's a similar reflection in Indonesia.
Yes, I think when we so in Indonesia we with Indonesian government we did more than 10 pilots for the ocean account. We did assessment what kind of services from the ecosystem asset harvested by community and so on, and then there, according to our experience, there are two important economics thing. We assess, I think we divided into 12 economics sector, and then fisheries and tourism become the most contribution from the nature to the economics there. And then we still combine both between pelagic and coastal. So, and now we move the strategy because a long time ago we the community living in the coastal areas and they protect the coral reef fisheries, and now we move into the pelagic. So the government of Indonesia promote to have new MPA quite far beyond the 12 nautical mile within the ZAA, and then now we have more patient to be beyond of that also.
If I can just add, Jordan, so under our Marae Moana Act, we have legislation, we have extended to help protect the coastal fisheries from our reef. We have an extension of 50 nautical miles where no commercial fishing can take place. So we do license purseaners to come into our waters to fish as one of the sources of revenue, but in order to assist with our local artisan fishing, yeah, we've extended that from what was previously 12, now it's 50 nautical miles. And just, if I may add as well, we, as a mitigation effort against drift fads which damage the coral reef, we just signed an arrangement. This is the Aitutaki Island government, Rarotonga, the main island, still some years to catch up to us. But we signed an arrangement with the three main satellite providers to provide us with the locations of these fads as they enter that 50 nautical mile zone. there's a couple of benefits. The environmental one is we can go and take it out before it comes across the reef. So these fishing aggregate devices are rafts, which have maybe 100 or 200 meters of ropes and nets underneath them. And as they come across the reef, they cause a lot of damage. And the second benefit is now we also have access to the biomass data that's underneath these rafts. So we can send our fishermen, especially with the cost of fuel today, we can send them directly to the raft where it is. They know by the depth what species of fish they're going to be catching, and then we can bring the catch back, and we can fish around those for maybe 3 weeks, and then yeah. So sorry, I digress a little bit, but yeah. But this is all part of, I guess, some of the activities that we haven't really accounted for, but we are doing, and they are sort of assisting with our marine spatial plans.
So this is one part of a larger system, right? And our colleague from Barbados was talking about scenarios and trying to figure out what would happen if something changed. And so that naturally leads to system dynamics. So how could system dynamics help or be helped by ocean accounting? And how could it be applied for marine spatial planning?
Yeah, yes. Currently, MMIF and several partners here in Indonesia would like to set up the ocean account and the system dynamic. That we would like the first this system dynamic develop to provide early information whether the economic sector or the business or the investment can provide either a positive or negative impact to the ecosystem. And then we use couple of indicator, couple of model to predict when the investment coming, for example, 1 million US dollar into the area, to the fisheries, to the aquaculture or tourism, what kind of the trajectory of the ecosystem extend. And then when we have the information, we use the information from the ocean account into national wide, and then use the general model. And then aided using the system dynamic, and then we can have the prediction whether the impact positive and negative. If the impact negative, and then what the business sector has to do to avoid the damage of their economic development. So this is what we plan right now.
That sounds quite useful to the lagoon. I mean, 50,000 people visiting an island which only supports 2,000.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we a couple of weeks away from launching a licensing program, which will limit the amount of users on our lagoon. So, but we need that based on science, and we don't have that scientific data yet. So, I'm not, as a leader of the island, I'm not prepared to wait for the scientific data. So we are going to intervene, and just based on what we feel is a good decision, we're going to make decisions around limiting it. But then we want to force the hand and complete the scientific data. So we are making decisions based on real life data. Yeah, but we can see already the impact of visitors on our lagoon and other climate related impacts.
And then just one note. So when we develop the system dynamic model, and then we use the ocean account data set previously to validate the model whether it works or not. This is one additional thing.
Ocean accounting already for scenarios and spatial planning.
We like that. We want to borrow your model on a much smaller scale, of course.
But there's a lot of overlap. An atoll, Gilimata, it's nice. So at this point in time, let's open up to the floor. If there's any questions to our two panelists on their experiences from the local all the way to protected areas, are there any questions?
Thank you very much. just stand up.
Thanks so much. It's really nice to hear of all of these interconnections all around the world. My question related to recognition. So communities at a local level do so much every day to maintain the assets that they rely on. But if we approach this from an equity perspective, a lot of that is essentially invisible in systems of finance or in the work of women gleaning fish, for example. How does that feature in any understanding of investment or any understanding of planning? So I'm curious about your views within all of this discussion. We've talked a lot about how the accounts can benefit communities. What about the other direction? How do we use this approach of properly recognizing and giving voice to a lot of work, which I think it's fair to say all around the world is just not recognized commensurate with its importance. So any brainstorming the panel wants to offer on that, including Jordan, if he's not too sleepy.
Thank you for the question. If I can actually borrow the words from my friend from Mozambique, and he did a study recently where they took satellite imagery of their coast, and they met with the people who lived in that community, and they asked them to sketch on the image where the mangroves were before and where they are today. And then they compared that with historical satellite imagery, and it was almost perfect. So I think we need to, the lesson here is that community knowledge, people who are in the water every day, the fishermen, the people who are driving boats with tourists on them every day for the last 10 years have noticed the changes, have seen the changes. And so we need to value their knowledge and their input into the process.
Yeah, I think we have the same experience. So we walk into two provinces related this. The first one in Central Java. So in Central Java, we work, I think, since 4 years ago. In the beginning, we use satellite image and then try to understand the change of the mangrove extent in Central Java and talk with the community how to do rehabilitation or how to conserve. So based on the spatial data, the ocean account framework, and then we can have better understanding where the best location for the rehabilitation and so on, and then we talk with community how they can protect their area, for example. And then in the second areas in the West Kalimantan province, I think we still work on in this area. So we set up this is actually not only for the ocean but also for terrestrial. So there are two teams, Indonesian Research Agency lead for the terrestrial and Rekam lead for the mangrove and seagrass. We use LIDAR and image to understand what the change within the area in West Kalimantan. And later on, we also assess the knowledge of the indigenous people there, the not only the change but also the utilization. And we compare the both to have a better understanding what happened in the past and then what can we have to do in the future, I think.
Okay, maybe we have time for one more question. Otherwise, I think job well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, so we'll just have a quick photo, but otherwise, we'll now have a break for lunch for 1 hour and we'll resume the agenda at 1. Thank you. Team, if we could put the Bogor Strategic Action Plan QR code back. And if you haven't already, please scan the code and contribute to the plan. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hope everyone had a very nice lunch. We're now going to start again. So today we'll be talking to you about the next lot of the technical guidance for the ocean accounts. And myself and my colleague Yoga will be talking about the social and the governance accounts and what's happened in the last few years since the first guidance was released in 2021. But I'll hand over to Yoga to introduce himself quickly.
Hi, my name is Yoga. I'm from Indonesia. I work in the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, but I'm currently studying in UNSW Sydney, doing my PhD and focusing on governance accounts. So, Becca.
Yeah, so for those who don't know me, haven't met me during the conference, I'm Dr. Rebecca Sherlock, and I'm the social science specialist in the centre in the GoUp Secretariat. So anything kind of social related kind of work is mine, and yeah, I'm helping to lead the social accounts development as well. So today, we're going to start off with a little bit of an activity to get everyone moving, taking a leaf out of Nick's book from earlier. And we're going to talk about what's happened with the technical guidance since the last version was launched in 2021. And then we'll do another activity at the end, very short one. But we'd love to get your perspective on how we can improve the guidance, particularly related to the social and governance accounts.
So I ask you to get up from your chair.
So if everyone gets up.
Get up from the chair. Move the body. Not yet. Because you have to walk.
Yep. So this is very nerdy, but this is an exercise I've been wanting to do for about 10 years. So you're my guinea pigs today. So I want to do this social science exercise and get everyone moving after lunch. But basically, there's going to be 4 corners of the room. And when I say a statement to you, you have to choose which corner of the room you agree with. So we'll start off really, really easy. But basically, this will be corner 1. This will be corner 2. That'll be corner 3. And that'll be corner 4. But I'll read you a certain number of statements and you have to choose which part of the room you're going to move to. So which area of the room do you feel most comfortable? So I always think that knowing someone's favorite ocean animal tells a lot about a person. So I'm going to start off asking you, what is your favorite animal? So your ocean animal, and I selected some Indonesian animals that you can find here.
I'm going to be manta ray here.
So if you think the manta ray is your favorite animal, you come to corner 1 here. If you think that the hammerhead shark is your favorite, you move to corner 2 here. If you like the sea slug or like a nudibranch, then you go into corner 3 at the back there. And then finally, if you like the octopus, you go into corner 4 right at the back there. So I'll give everyone 30 seconds, but please choose the corner of the room. Which is your favorite animal?
If you are more sedentary, I think you should choose sea slug. If you consider you're intelligent, maybe octopus represents you well. because we are magnificent and impressive, right? Manta rays.
So we've got a few on this side. So we've got a few in the manta ray corner.
Manta ray here.
The back corner. Yep. So everyone, you've got 30 seconds to move. I'd like to see everyone in the room in a corner.
Come on. Let's shake that lunch.
And we've got a few in the hammerhead shark area as well, which is good.
Nobody wants to be sea slug. Why? This is the easiest part.
What's that?
Yeah, you just.
So Yoga, where is everyone? What's the most popular category, do you think?
I think people consider themselves intelligent as an octopus.
That's good. That makes sense. Yeah. We're in a very smart group. So I think octopus is the favorite and a few more in the manta ray section as well. But it seems relatively split, maybe less so the sea slug on that side. But I've always said the sea slug's one of my favorites. It's a bit of a, like, people don't necessarily like the look of it, but the colors are so bright and they're very nice. So we've done our first one. So now I'm going to ask you, which of these is your primary home in your daily work? So in the corner here, we've got the people. So you focus on the social aspects of the ocean. In the corner here, you're someone who thinks about the rules, the governance of things. In corner 3 over here, you've got the numbers. So you like the technical, you like the figures, you like making graphs. And in corner 4 over here, you have the big picture, someone who works across all those disciplines and thinks about the generalized kind of impact of things.
For this, I have to move to the governance. I wish I could
Yeah.
move to the big picture, because there were strategies and policymakers, ministers.
People are still moving. Okay. Yoga, what do you think?
As predicted, so people here came from the governments. It's very familiar faces from the governments. It's very typical of governments. They like rules and laws. And why there's no?
There's no one in the social corner.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Right, Hosey, thank
on.
you very much. I'm going to join the corner, and you as well.
Don't make breakup.
I'm not lonely, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, it took a while to next corner.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a statement. So we're really thinking about the social and governance accounts now. So the statement is, existing data sets, such as the census, household surveys, and labor force surveys, they are sufficient to get the social domain of the accounts started in my country or in my context. So if you strongly agree to that statement, come to corner 1. If you just agree with that statement, you go to corner 2. If you disagree, you go to corner 3. And if you strongly disagree, you go to corner 4. So I'll give you 30 seconds again to move. So the question is around, is there enough existing data for ocean accounts?
So if you agree that you have enough national data sets to start a social account, or are you disagree, it means, oh, I don't have enough data sets. I need more detailed surveys.
So it's interesting, we've got a few strongly disagrees in this corner, that there's not enough data so far for that. And we've got quite a few in disagree as well, less so in the agree and strongly agree. So that's very interesting. Gonna note that for later. Okay, another one. So this will be our final one. So the statement is, community and stakeholder engagement should come before any technical work on compiling the social domain accounts. So again, if you're thinking that statement makes sense to you, you say you come to this corner because you think that community and engagement should be first. If you think that engagement kind of comes not right at the beginning, but kind of in the middle, go to corner 2. And for the third one, so the back corner here, if you think that the community and stakeholder engagement is important, but not the most important thing, go into this corner. And if you think that you need to have the technical data first, go into the back corner on number 4. So it's all around kind of when you should engage communities. Should it be first, or is it not the first thing you should be focusing on? Oh, there's a few over on this corner. There's a couple in that corner as well. So I think most people think that there should be a balanced or integrated approach with that. So kind of using the technical data as well as the community engagement, that's really, really interesting. And again, that will all help with our technical guidance. So that's really, really good to know. So thank you for being my guinea pigs and for doing the exercise with us. And we're going to get started with the presentation now. So if you want to return to your seat, thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you, Becca, for that exercise, and thank you, our participants. It's nice to move and walking around after that big lunch, I guess. So what happened next on the presentation, we will talk about what happened since 2021. We have technical guidance on the ocean accounts, and the technical guidance recognize the social and governance accounts and domains. That's really is a important part of the social ocean accounts framework as a whole. It highlights that social circumstances relevant to the integrated risk and resilience people profile of relevant environments, societies, and economies. It highlights also ocean governance accounts are experimental and underdeveloped. We know now currently we have more practices on environmental and economic accounts, but not yet on the social and also governance accounts. So what was happened since then? Since 2021, significant work has been done to address that gap. So I want to walk you through 3 developments. First one is this diagram. Since 2021, now we know that this is the structure of ocean accounts. Data is the foundations of where we get our social, economic, environmental, and customary informations, and then which can feed and analyze into standardized frameworks and make into accounts, which then organize into stocks and flow. Stocks meaning it states the current condition, and also the flows between domains of economy, environment, and social.
This is also Maria's diagram. So Maria Alacon's diagram that will be published hopefully in the next few months, but this is the diagram that she put together.
So since
So also in terms of what's happened since 2021, there has been over the last 2 years a lot of work that really considers how you bring the social and governance aspects into ocean accounts. I think increasingly as well with making sure that the social and governance accounts use the same language, because if we don't link to the SNA and the SEEA, then we're not going to be taken notice of at all. And we want the social to be considered a balanced approach alongside the economic and the environmental. So yeah, really thinking about the language that's used in these frameworks and using the same ones for the social. And then also, Yoga and I are increasingly working together and want them to kind of come together, the governance and social accounts. So now governance will be nested underneath the social accounts, making sure there's more collaboration between those fields. And also we'll tell you a little bit about the implementation work that we've been doing over the last few years as well. So in terms of the social accounts, we have a social accounts working group with over 200 members from across the world and from various different sectors. And it's growing kind of day by day. And we've really worked together to define what social accounts are and the social domain of the ocean accounting framework. So if you go to the Ocean Accounts website, I can signpost it to you later, but we've got a number of briefing papers and reports. And we've also got 4 pilot case studies running at the moment in Belize, Costa Rica, the Maldives and Mozambique. And by having the working group and having the pilots, we're learning by doing. And that's helping to create that framework around the social accounts, because we don't want it to be top down. We want communities, decision makers and stakeholders to decide what social accounts should look like and the governance accounts. So we're just making sure that we're extending the ocean accounting framework to consider those social and governance domains to make sure that they're equal. And like the other accounts, we produce accounting tables as well to make sure they're considered. And that's something we're working on at the moment. And I think there's also been a lot of work, and my director, Phil James, who's not here today, but he was saying to me through this talk to really stress the difference between social statistics and social accounts. So I think a lot of us work with social statistics. Like I, as a social scientist, have collected data over the last 10 years, but it's been able to take these social statistics and actually put them into the ocean accounting framework. And there's a lot of differences between a social account and a social statistic. So the ocean accounts themselves, like we bring data from various different contexts together. We also make sure that the environment, the social and the economic are linked, and most social data doesn't do that. So it's that link between the ecosystems and society, which is really, really key. And it gives that more holistic view. And by using that standardization, it means all the data can be considered together. So the kind of key takeaway is social statistics and social data is important, but we need to do much more to be able to integrate the social data into the accounts frameworks. And again, that's something I've been learning over time. And like I was saying as well, like all of the accounts think about stocks and flows, and the social accounts need to do the same. That stocks and flows element of the accounting framework is really, really important. So the social domain needs to adopt that similar language. And that's the same with the governance data as well. And like I was saying, just thought I'd give you a few examples in terms of the social and governance accounts. What is a stock and what is a flow? So in terms of the stocks, we're thinking about social assets and conditions. So what I could say to you is you have a community, let's say in Australia. What does that community look like? How is it characterized? Like, what is the gender balance of that community? What is the level of dependence on ocean resources? And you look at that year on year. As long as you get a baseline, every year you can see how social communities change over time. So examples include the gender composition of the community, the dependence on ocean economy for income. You could look at ocean connectedness and also the proportion of the population in poverty. And you could look at that year on year. And that's really important, again, tracking the way that ecosystems do this too. And the flows. So this is particularly unique. And I think this is something that I've focused on less within my social science career. But there's a lot of activities that are really, really important to ocean communities, but they're not actually kind of captured in the system of national accounts or in the economic accounts for the ocean accounts. And there's so much that communities do to contribute to the ocean economy, which isn't considered. So it doesn't go into the SNA, it doesn't go into the SEEA, and therefore it's just not considered. Communities are invisible because of this. So there's a real importance to think about these social activities, and there are flows because these behaviors can change how communities are. They can change the stocks and the assets of those communities. So these are the types of examples of social activities that aren't being captured so far in the accounting framework. And within the social and the governance accounts, this is the kind of thing that we want to be capturing.
So Beck has
So, and there's a really, really important aspect of making sure that marginalized communities are considered in the accounting framework. So women, for example, those with disabilities, how do we make them more visible within the ocean accounts framework? And particularly through looking at the literature and through speaking to people through the pilots, we know there's a lot of unpaid household labor happening that contributes to the ocean economy. For example, if a fisher is offshore, who's looking after the children, who's doing the caring activities, who's like cleaning the boats, who's doing all those types of activities which aren't currently captured. So you've got your unpaid household labor activities. And what about that social transfer? So how communities work together, how they support each other, particularly in tough times, thinking about those within the social transfer activities. And also volunteering, that's really central to ocean conservation. How do we consider the number of hours people are doing to contribute to their community and to ocean conservation? And also importantly, those ocean and cultural and recreational activities, they're not fully captured in ecosystem services. So how do we better measure these within the social accounts? And then I'll pass over to Yoga to talk about the governance of public engagement activities.
So currently, the experts in our working groups on socials have identified 7 types of social data, and we're going to explore whether how this can fit into the ocean accounts. So for governance accounts, I want to focus on the bottom. It's social and governance accounts. So overall themes is human well-being, ocean-based livelihoods, equity and access, cultural connections, and governance and public engagement. So the bottom is governance accounts that I will present. And
so this is just a schematic of the types of different aspects that come under those 5 headings. So for example, human well-being and basic needs. Well-being is really key. And again, is mentioned in the system of national accounts. How do we capture that within the social accounts? So looking at people's food and nutrition security, their mental health, for example, their human security and safety, that could come under human well-being and basic needs. Another category is the ocean-based livelihoods and economy. So employment, labor, those aspects of that category that don't come under the existing accounts. So looking at marine dependent livelihoods and trade, for example. And then you've got your equity and access, which has been a really, really key theme with JEDC, making sure this is kind of coming through. So looking at gender equity and social inclusion, for example, looking at ocean accessibility, because we need to understand kind of how the costs and benefits are distributed along communities. If something happens in that communities, who's been the most marginalized, who's being affected the most? And then you've got your cultural connections and place. So how do people use these environments? What kind of identity and cultural benefits do they get from cultural connections and place from the ocean environment? And then finally, you've got your governance and institutions, which comes under the governance accounts.
so for governance accounts, think about who make the regulations, who decides what kind of activities that you can do in your ocean spaces, where, and under what rules the activities can be performed in the ocean. It exists in laws, regulations, institutional mandates, and also other policy contexts. But as we know, this is scattered across ministries. We never know we never collected them in a standardized manner and collate them. So we can have a full description on how many rules, where are the rules applied, which ministries have domains on Earth and its specific sectoral activities. So it speaks about institution, regulations, spatial jurisdictions, maritime zone, management areas, and also decision processes, coordination mechanisms, and most importantly, management activities, compliance, monitoring, and also enforcement. This type of information, we collect them on spatially explicit manners, so it make us easier to visualize the governance accounts. So as Becca mentioned, it's now nested under social accounts. So it's inherently social phenomenon as governance, because its governance arrangement will create impact on human activities in the ocean and how people get benefits from the oceans. It produces social outcomes, obviously, who benefits, who is excluded, who is marginalized because of the rules and also the zoning that we applied. But conceptually, it's still under the social domains, but it can be analyzed independently as we develop the ocean accounts into modulars. So you can implement which accounts that you have best available data. So for governance accounts, it means you can analyze and develop the accounts separately and that fit it into the bigger social domain. So along the journey since 2021, we developed more methodologies and doing pilots in several countries. But basically we try to advance the development of social accounts and governance accounts. So we think there are 9 steps on social account development. If you and also the governance account development, it means for the governance, do you have governance data or do you have access to governance data? And I think we have 6 steps. It's less than governance, but this is not strict because as we mentioned before, is undergoing research and progressing. So you may contribute if you think that these steps is not apply or it's not general to apply in your respective jurisdictions. So it's policy context discussion. We're collecting data, conducting analysis to answer policy needs and validate the needs using visual means through dashboard, for example, and revise after you validate with the policymakers or your constitutions, and also decision-making processes. So if you have access to governance data, you may want to start with discussing what is your policy needs. What do you want to address? Do you need more MPAs? Or do you think your fisheries management area is not enough to restore the fishery stock? Or do you think your marine spatial planning is not fit according to your vision on developing the blue economy? It depends on the policy needs. It needs more consultation, but currently we think it's more applied to the policymakers, but can be also bottom-up process through consultation with the community or local government levels. So as an example, for governance accounts, for my colleagues from Indonesia, this is just a regular table, but it reveals. So first thing you want to do for governance accounts, you cataloging zones of your oceans. So for Indonesia, there are maritime zones under the UNCLOS, fisheries management areas, MPAs, and there are hierarchy of marine spatial plannings from the provincials, interregionals, between provincials, or more into detail marine spatial use permits. And that's determine the spatial use zones, for example, security, cables, or defense areas, and traditional and customary marine management. So you catalog that management zones or ocean zonings, and you identify what kind of spatial data that related to those zones and what kind of legal basis that mandate those zones, and you identify what kind of institution or authorities that have that oversee that zones or that part of the oceans. So it can be, you can use national legislation database, national sectoral laws, regulation, and decrees. And Indonesia, for specifically, we have one map policy spatial data sets. So all spatial data sets on Indonesian regions is public data. So it's creates more accessibility, interoperability between systems and ministries and also public. So example for analysis of governance accounts. For in Indonesian, this is because we've been doing this for more than 10 years, but it can reveal more. That's just making an inventory of how many regulations or how many zones that you have, but it can create, you can potential analysis like a potential institutional density, which part of the oceans that have more and more sectoral activities and institutions, does it create overlaps, conflicts? And habitat coverage. Do you think in Eastern Indonesia, the habitat is coverage through governance arrangements enough? Or the western part of Indonesia is more, have legal frameworks than the eastern part of Indonesia? This kind of analysis between regions, that can be a comparison that can be achieved through governance accounts. This is just example, and it's preliminary. So it can create discussion between us as a ocean accounts compiler or producers with the policymakers or the communities that you serve. So for governance accounts, I call for collaboration through revising GOP technical guidance that Dr. Ben will explain, or Jordan explained later, and to make a standardized governance accounting framework, piloting the governance in your respective countries, and also what I'm trying to research is how to assess the quality of governance in my country and also probably in subnationals. So over to you, Becca.
Thank you. And Yoga's doing all of this as part of his PhD, so he's often very busy. It's a lot of work to do. So anyone in the room who has social data they've collected? Anyone? Does any, oh yeah, got some hands up here. So social data there. Yep. Nice, at the back as well. Has anyone kind of considered social data within their decision-making process? Anyone? Yep, nice. Great. So I just wanted to talk you through the main steps that we've gone through in terms of thinking about the social accounts and how to build that framework. So I think this was touched upon earlier as well, like the first step is really the co-design phase. So in every single one of the pilots that we've been working in, we've had local subcontractors leading that work. They know those communities, they know those stakeholders. That first step is the co-design, speaking to your end users, speaking to your communities, and talking to them about what the project should look like. And that's really, really key at the first step of developing a social account. The second step is to find out what data is already out there. The social accounts are really trying to focus on what secondary data is already existing, that governments already kind of collected that data, and it's publicly available to analyze and use. So really finding out what social data is out there and how we can use it. Because a lot of these big data sets, they collect data over a number of years from big kind of sections of the population. Therefore, we should really try and use it as much as we can. So finding out what data is available, and I'll show you a slide in a minute, but we've got a social data audit tool that the GoApp have developed. And yeah, you can ask me more questions later, but it's up on the webpage, and we recommend that as a process to go through to identify what data is available. And the third bit, this is when I get really excited about the stages. So the consultation phase. So our subcontractors who work in Belize, in Costa Rica, Maldives, and Mozambique have been speaking to communities and decision makers, as well as stakeholders, and saying, okay, so is your community currently representing decision making or the data? What social information about your community is really important that needs to go into the social accounts? And I think that was really, really clear from the talk earlier by Mr. Antonio around Mozambique and making sure that marginalized populations are being brought into this and using their knowledge and yeah, bringing their views into the table. And I think with the pilot social accounts, we've engaged over 440 people across 3 countries so far. That just shows how many people our subcontractors have been speaking to. And then in step 4, we do validation. So we've looked at all the findings from those workshops and those interviews, and we then look at what the key findings are. And once we've done that, we go back to our communities, our stakeholders and decision makers, and tell them about what we heard from them. We say, does this represent your view? Is this what we heard in these workshops and interviews? And just really check it with them, because that's really, really important. And to say that across the pilots, we're kind of working towards steps 1 to 4 between now and July. Kind of steps 5 onwards, we'll be doing that in Belize and Mozambique, but they're kind of the later stages. So kind of the next step would be step 5. So once you know what data is already out there, you go and speak to data holders, have conversations with them, see what data is available, which kind of data sets can they access. So really being able to get that data. And then in step 6, you do compilation. So that's when you're really looking at that data, pulling it together into data sheets and really trying to put together accounting tables. And once you've really used that secondary data to its fullest potential, you'll know what the gaps are. So do we need to do primary data collection to collect information about dimensions or from particular groups that are not represented in the national data sets? So we really try and just collect primary data when we need to, not as a first step. And once you've collected that primary data, you then revise the draft social account. You combine it with your secondary data and you bring it all together. And the final stage is really important, and it's a stage I'm really looking forward to us reaching in our pilot social accounts, is that decision-making element. Our end users have been involved in the whole process. And therefore, it's really having that sustainability and being able to build that capacity to hand that over to them to use and to enable them to use it in decision-making across lots of different policy areas. And yeah, I just wanted to show you a few snippets of some of the work we've been doing. So sorry if it's a bit grainy, but this is the social data audit that we've been doing. So WRI and the GoApp team have been doing a social data audit across 10 countries. And we've identified a range of secondary data sets that are available to be used in the pilot social account. And then also we've been not only looking at the sources, but also looking at what indicators could potentially feed in to the social account as well. And we've got the social data audit tool, which is an Excel sheet. And we've got a few guidance sheets as well on the webpage. So let me know if you've got any questions about that, but it's a good first step. And I just wanted to share something as well. I think Maria Jose will enjoy this as well. But it's been really interesting seeing some of the findings from our pilots. So one of the really things that really interested Phil and I and made us really excited was that we were able to compare what decision makers thought compared to communities and stakeholders. So comparing those workshop findings, those interview findings was we found some really interesting things about it. And what we find is that the decision makers and communities don't necessarily disagree. It's just how they think about the social world and how they think about it within their day-to-day job. And we did see that gap between the communities and institutions, but it's not about their disagreement on values, it's just how they see the current system. It's about the categories the institutions use to see coastal life. And like in Costa Rica, for example, they were talking about how as decision makers, they think about permits, they think about marine protected areas, they think about regulations and employment. But anything that sits outside of that isn't part of their day-to-day job, and therefore it struggles to kind of be included in decision making, and therefore it becomes more invisible. And I just really like this quote, again from Costa Rica, but it says, "The consultation does not reveal a simple clash between community and institutional perspectives, but rather a difference in operational focus. Communities articulate thresholds of survival, dignity, and inclusion, what is required to sustain life when the sea, climate, or market conditions shift. Whereas institutions prioritize standardization, interoperability, data governance, and administrative feasibility. The key risk for the social accounts is what is social fundamental." So they're not thinking about unpaid care or informal enabling roles or ecosystem stewardship. And if those are remaining unmeasured, and if design choices are only guided by what's easiest to count, then those things will be really invisible. So that's just a few initial findings from our consultations, but I just wanted to share that just to show you the work that our communities and stakeholders and subcontractors have been doing. And Jordan also wanted me to talk to this as well. So through some of the work we've been doing in the Maldives, we've been able to undertake a few household surveys through other projects we've been working on. And that's given us a really good opportunity to kind of test this out, not just looking at secondary data, but looking at primary data. So in Lamu Atoll in the Maldives, we did a household survey of over 400 people. And what we really wanted to do is we wanted to look at those national data sets and see what their survey questions were in those and try and base our questions on those, but go that next step, really thinking about that ocean dependence. So we adapted those questions for this household survey and tried to kind of fill the gaps that we identified through our social data audit. And you can just see in this graph here, for example, we wanted to look at households and their dependence on the ocean. So we looked at their dependence on a range of different sectors. So that was really, really interesting for us to kind of identify that ocean dependence. And as you can see from this, just very early analysis, there's that real kind of dependence on particular communities and particular sectors, sorry. And you can see actually it's pretty well spread. So the most dependence is on that fisheries, but you can see it's kind of spread across tourism, maritime transport, and sand mining as well. So we really wanted to understand the ocean dependence because most surveys just don't kind of capture that at the moment. So that was really key. And this graph kind of talks about the amount of their income that comes from these different sources. So looking at kind of tourism being the highest level of dependence. So people are really kind of dependent on their income from tourism. And again, that aligns with our experiences in the Maldives and a lot of the work that the decision makers have been doing. So that was really interesting. We wanted to look at that ocean dependence in terms of their flexibility of their livelihood and the amount of income they get from those sectors. And also, so Ben's been talking a lot about the spatial data framework. And we actually asked Ben and Mitch and Jordan to produce a dashboard for the Maldives. So we actually took this dashboard to communities and we showed them this is the kind of data that governments have access to. Like, is this kind of like, does this represent you in your community? Kind of what's missing? So we put together kind of a public facing kind of dashboard to get their perspectives. And we pulled out a few findings from the census, the household income expenditure survey, and also from our primary data collection. So communities in Lamu Atoll saw this dashboard. And this is what we're likely to produce across the pilots. Something that communities can use. So there'll be one version for communities and then potentially one version for decision makers as well. So just to show you that dashboard. And as Yoga kind of reflected on the next step for the governance accounts, I just wanted to say at the moment, we've got a lot of data. And what we're really trying to do is learn from the pilots, learn from the working group and build that conceptual framework together. It's a very, very collaborative effort. So we really want to focus now on developing the accounting tables. So we'd love everyone to work with us on that. It's very collaborative and open process. So please do jump on board and help us with that. And as Yoga said as well, like we're developing the kind of current guidance for ocean accounts. So the last version was in 2021. So we really need to improve that. And the social and governance accounts are really central to that now as well. And within the social accounts working group, again, over 200 members are helping us to write these chapters and these circulars. So again, please do come and get involved in that as well. It's very collaborative. And like I mentioned, yeah, come join the social accounts working group if you're not already. And yeah, join the 200 that, yeah, are really trying to ensure that that social domain is integrated into ocean accounting and making those communities really visible. And I just wanted to kind of, before we go to the activity, just reflect on this particular quote from UNOC last year. So the Minister for Fisheries and Forests in Fiji, her quote was, "Ocean accounting is not a spreadsheet. It is a statement of respect. It tells us and the world that our oceans matter and they deserve to be protected with knowledge, investment, and love." So I just wanted to show that quote towards the end because I think that just really shows the importance of the social and governance accounts and bringing the communities in, again, being a statement of respect. And yeah, we look forward to kind of working with you on developing the technical guidance for this area of the ocean accounts. So in a moment of collaboration, we'd like to get your feedback. So we're going to do a last activity of the day, and we'd love to get your perspective on that. So each group should have sticky notes on their table. You'll have 3 different color sticky notes on your table. And there's 3 questions we want you to answer, and then you can kind of discuss them and stick them up on the butcher's paper here as well. And we'll just go to, we'll start with question 1, and we'll get the groups to discuss. So when you leave today from Indonesia or tomorrow, when you kind of go home and you're thinking about, okay, the social accounts and the governance accounts, they sound good. I think it'd be good to do that for my country. What's the first thing you get stuck on? Like, are there things that you think are particularly challenging and would stop you from implementing? Kind of what is the first thing you get stuck on? So think about the very first step that feels difficult or unclear for the governance accounts and the social accounts. So should we give you guys 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes. Which part is feel difficult in implementing? Maybe spatial data, access to regulations or governance accounts. Are they exist on spatial data? They exist, but it's not accessible.
So we'll give you 5 minutes. So at 1:55, we want you to have kind of discussed this first question in your groups. And if you're on a table by yourself, join another group and get to know people that you haven't met so far. Yeah, the first thing you get stuck on.
So we have interesting group here. A specialist, GIS specialist from MMIF. Both governance and social accounts.
Did you want to join another table? No? Sure?
Bisa governance aja, bisa.
And yeah,
Can be governance alone or social accounts alone.
Choose a color for this.
Depends what your current policy needs.
Whatever color you want, you choose. Freedom. What feels like a good color? Difficult problem. Hey, is that all okay? Choosing a color to go with first. Just have it for now, but we'll get you guys to put it up onto the butcher's paper in a minute. Started to write already? Yeah. Okay.
I have research about adaptations. That every month get tidal inundations. I also asked my research how data can be described for the social.
So it depends, I guess it's the impact on the community. So yeah, we can have a look at the data. Yeah.
I measure the physical cost and from the categorized the level of hazard. I want to measure how the local community can be adapted like that. And after that I use the data to get the report to create the recommendation for.
We are currently developing the template, but if you think, I think that's probably also burning questions for everyone else. What are the template? Where do I start? We have the data. I think you should write it down. So it will help us together to prioritize which aspect or which component that we will develop. Yeah, that's as Becca mentioned, is currently in developing, but we have to make sure that accounting table that we are
Have
developing
you written anything you'd
is
recommend?
very general and can be applicable to not only
So yeah, you can
uh,
think of
certain countries, but all.
how to consider community, social cultural equity aspect. What would get stuck on first? Because I think for us, we can build the technical guide, make sure have a think.
No, but still learn how to. Probably that's what. Yeah, the difficult things that we'll encounter. You know how to collect the data, right? But after that, what next? How do you get integrated or you put in the accounting tables? Maybe it should. No, we'll record it. Okay. All groups finish with their exercise?
So we'll get you back to the room again now. So we're going to ask another question, but let me just explain it first. So thinking about the technical guidance that we'll be working on over the next few months, what is one example of a example or case study you want the guidance to include? For example, would you want something on fisheries? Would you want something on aquaculture? Like, what would you really want us to cover as an example or case study? What would really help you to understand the social and governance accounts? And really think about a real situation that would help you understand the guidance better. So think about what would be most important for your country, which kind of policy focus, which dimension. Have a think about that as a group. And then, like we said, we'll take this information straight away and use it to build that technical guidance. So I'll give you another 5 minutes to do that. So we come back at 2:05.
Been discussing? All right. There are the yes. Question. Recorded. Oh. So for technical guidance, what advice? I think all regions' perspective are important. Has different characteristics that I can say that you can learn from each other. What works in your regions may not work in me, but maybe you have one way to solve it that I couldn't think of before. But for the question to Nice.
Then breaking down capture history, agriculture, and health production, social accounting. But this social account should be like I think
Any others you can think of?
Yeah. Okay, for question 2, I'm curious what this group, oh, any volunteers to elaborate on their, uh, maybe not consensus, but the priorities on case studies?
So for our table, we are thinking of case studies on subsistence economies or livelihoods that depend on coastal resources. So if we could have case studies of social accounts that were developed around areas like that, and yeah, something like that.
That's great, Sika. Thank you. Does anyone else want to share any kind of topics or case studies they think would be important to help with the social accounts?
Any volunteer from?
I think Rama had
Oh,
good
yeah.
ideas.
Yeah, so for the question two, I think what we were interested in was food security. And we realized that the food security is much more broad. So we tried to narrow it down to fisheries, aquaculture, and salt production.
Nice. Did anyone else talk about food security or have any other ideas? Hefte?
Hi. Yes. Related to that, how to utilize the monetary poverty and also maybe multidimensional poverties, surveys and estimates to see how that can be utilized to produce social accounting indicators, no? So something like that. And also maybe the participation and distribution of the equity that is generated by creation of MPAs or expansion of MPAs. So something like that to better understand if communities are taking into account at that point of decision making and how it benefits them or affects them.
Excellent. Any other groups? We heard food security, poverty, and benefits distribution. Any other case studies that may be different from? Okay, we have volunteer here.
Hi, Keja from Belize. So under our Marine Spatial Plan, we have something called the OUS, which is an ocean use survey that was used to inform our sustainable ocean plan. And it's a start, not a perfect model, but it shows how the social dimension, livelihoods, importance, um, even cultural significance was put into quantitative terms, and those are usually qualitative statistics. It does include open-ended questions that are still something you would, or as a society would have to work out how to put that into numbers. But I think it's a great place to start when it comes to trying to create these social accounts.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yoga, can we move on to the next question? Could we have the next slide, please? So we'll just get you to brainstorm this for a very short amount of time. But if the new guidance on social and governance accounts was only 10 pages long, which is, yeah, pretty realistic actually at the moment, what must be in it? So what would you really want to see in it? Think about what is most important and what you wouldn't be able to do without as part of that technical guidance. Just have a little chat within your groups, and again, put your sticky notes up on the butcher's paper when you're done as well, but have a think about what is the essential components that will need to go into that technical guidance.
Okay, so unfortunately, time is up. So if you can conclude your discussion and put your sticky notes to the flip charts near you, we will document it and make a summary on what we discussed today. So thank you so much for your participations, really engaging and active. And
Thanks, everyone. We really appreciate you being awake for this session and for feeding into the technical guidance. We'll take your advice really strongly and build that into what we're doing. And like I said, if you want to be part of the social accounts working group, let me know. And we'd love for you to be involved in the technical guidance drafting. So thank you very much.
so I hand over the next session to, oh, it's break. All right. For the committee housekeeping. Oh, we will have 15 minutes break. So the coffee breaks served outside and we come back around 2:25 to 21 to 3. All right. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 10 minutes break until 2:30 p.m. So please enjoy your time. And if someone needs to go to the restroom, it's really okay.
Hello again, everyone. It's me. It's Jordan. We'll start this session. We're almost done, so just 2 more sessions until we can officially close this event. Maria, come join me on stage. She's trying to hide. So if we could have the slides. It's getting late, and there might not be just as much energy as before. So if we could all get into groups, try and mix countries as well. If we could all stand, mix with groups. Slides. And we have 3 questions for you, which hopefully will summarize a little bit of your experience and then directly feed into the next section. So please try and separate out so you have a representative in different groups. Trust me, it's much more fun, different countries. Yep, yep.
Yeah, if you can join them, maybe here. So we have different countries together.
So for all the statisticians in the room, if we go back one slide. Back one slide, please. We have a technical guidance online, and we will hopefully release this soon for global consultation, but it's something to note. Who was here in 2019 with at least in Australia? Knock, right? From the first global dialogue. Anyone else?
The idea is to have.
Wow. So back then, we were still trying to figure out what is this framework, what is this concept? And now, almost 6 years later, there's a lot of lessons learned and a lot more countries to draw from. So, in the next slide, we've already done the consultation questions, but just 3 things to share with your participants here, your fellow participants. What surprised you? And I like this second question. What would never work in your country? What is something that you probably would not work if you tried to apply it in your country? Maybe not now, maybe in the future, but if you tried to do this now, it might not work. And the last one, what are you bringing home first? So just discuss these 3 questions and we'll come back. And actually, maybe choose a representative from each table to share as well. And I'm particularly interested in number 2. So just 5-10 minutes. What surprised you the most? Or what did you learn? What would never work in your country at the moment, but maybe in the future? And what will you bring home first? Okay, 5-10 minutes. Thank you. Well, first off, maybe choose your team representative. And then we're just discussing these 3 questions. Just from the last 3 days, what surprised you the most? What would not work in your country if you brought it in now? So for example, in Australia, if I brought ocean economy satellite accounts, they're not ready yet. They would want to do that. They have indicators and they have a separate framework. And it's not compliant. And then we have. And then what will you bring home first? be about ocean accounts. It might be, there's a lot of countries doing the same thing. So, yeah. I was surprised that Central Bank has a GIS person. I was
The people of the Central Bank too. It's different.
That's nice.
It's different. Yeah.
Did they make the position for you, or was the
Yeah,
position for them?
they create that.
Wow.
Not for me, but I applied for the position. Yeah.
The technical guidance or during this period?
3 days, 3 days. All 3 days.
Okay, because if you're thinking about the technical guidance, I just say, yeah, there is a
You did the positive questions and I did the negative. For example, the easiest one, for example, what would never work in my country, they would never let me touch GDP. There's no adjusted GDP here. If I touch GDP, yes. Yeah. No. Yeah, stop it. So maybe you bring home first the data sharing mechanism.
I will need that. Data behind it.
Yeah, like a metadata standard, data sharing agreements. Let's start with you. What do you think? I think, yeah, no, we'll have, definitely have this one. February 10th. Okay, everyone, one more minute. Please select your lucky report rapporteur. Okay, we'll start with- start. Yeah, you have all three? No, not yet. Okay. Okay, maybe we start with this table. Have we chosen a rapporteur? I think everyone's chosen you, Maria.
Okay, hello. So one of the things that we surprised most was that everybody here is come from different countries and from different latitudes, but we share a lot of the problems related to data and related to how to work with the stakeholders. Another thing that mentioned here was most related that to me that they never heard about a GIS person working in a central bank. That is true. No many countries has people with this background working in central bank. Um, Another thing that we discussed was that what will never work in your country, we mentioned is is more than opportunity for us. It's not that we never work in our country about that, but there is an opportunity, to convince people to use global data sets. Because people, especially people from the government, they they resist a little bit to use global data sets because it's not official data. And they want and they trust more in official data that is validated for them. So I think this is an opportunity for us. That's it. We discussed that. Okay, yes. Thank you. Well, the last one is more related to how to develop data shading frameworks and metadata frameworks that we already learned here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And now to the other Maria, if you can maybe the Belize and Indonesia table.
Okay, so in this table, do we have an official voice to talk for everyone? If not, I just give the next person like a closer.
Here, volunteer.
Okay, hello everyone. Just because you can't see my tag from that far, Wilbert from Belize. So for the first question, I guess it's a surprise that really comes at no surprise at all. Uh, for learning that the third and first world countries all have the same issues, which revolves around data and coordination. And for the second, which would not work at this moment, for Belize, we were looking at the extent accounts because of the different methodologies used to create all these different layers. So really, we can't use all of them together. And for Indonesia, it is the social account, which I would say is very new. And for the third one, what we would bring home first is to get together a solid set of guidelines and to improve the institutional coordination.
Thank you, Wilbert. All right, so we have a three-country table here, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. Who is the rapporteur? Dr. Kyra.
Okay. What surprised me the most, I think, again, I have perhaps the same with Sri Lanka to see like how many of the countries have advanced or also started and where they've come so far, especially maybe our neighbor Indonesia itself. And I guess like we will try to catch up. Um, and what would never work in my country, I think for myself, I don't know if this is too optimistic, but I think most of things would work if there is the need of it, and if there's understanding, and also if you can convince the importance of whatever that should work in the country. And if it's not working, it's probably because we don't need it. But one of the hindrance would be, I would say, perhaps in terms of the governance account, would perhaps be a bit more challenging because there's a lot of transparency needed for it to happen. And perhaps in at certain level, it's possible, but it's also not the most straightforward. What will I bring home first is perhaps the success cases or like case studies, and also the many things that I have acquired from this workshop is most of the, like I said in the first part, where most of the country has advanced. Some of it even have a national decree to do, like Costa Rica, for example, they have a national decree and how the coordination works in their country. I think that is like one of the things that really leave an impact to me. So perhaps this is one thing that I would like to bring home to our country. And maybe Sri Lanka might have a bit of a different answer from me. Perhaps if you want to add.
So we haven't actually entered into the partnership with GOAB. So going back would be to have an institutional layout and see the way forward.
Thank you. Perhaps the table in the back?
Yeah, here we have Ghana, Indonesia, Madagascar, right? Ghana first.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Mubarak Idrisu. Um, the the thing that surprised me most about this conference is the complex nature that is involved in creating the ocean account. You know, first I used to think, how will this be done and implemented? So coming here has broadened my knowledge about the ocean accounting, and then I've learned a lot in how to go by it. And then what would never work in my country, I think it depends on the question we ask. So if there is the need for it, I think everything is possible given the required resources and then human capital. And then what will you bring home first? In my case, in fact, the practical knowledge that we acquired here, especially through the Ocean Account Clinic, there is a lot of technical knowledge that we have learned from the experts around. So it is going to help me when I go back home. And then also the practical things we did here. And then also the global connection that we have created, you know, meeting people from other parts of the world, we have that connectivity, and then we can communicate to each other whenever we face some difficulties. And then also how other countries have implemented. Indonesia, for example, have done much work. So I think as a new fellow in the ocean accounting, I can adapt their methodology and then also how they have implemented it so that I can also do the same in my home country. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, yes.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. uh, First question, what is the surprise? My real surprise is become the organization of this event. It's very successful. And the second question, I think anything is possible for my country. All is possible. And last question, what will you bring for first? But I bring the spirit of Sunt exchange with, I'd like to have and formalize with EPB and my university. I think it's better if we can implement this spirit of Sunt exchange.
Okay, last but not least, we have this central table. Is there a rapporteur for here? I think Kwadwo, you just volunteered.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think what surprised me the most was something I heard from this table, and we are talking about coral reef insurance, and that's like the first time I'm hearing something like that. And I think it's probably something we can bring home to the Ghana to also try and implement as well. And for what would never work in my country, I think probably having a top-down approach without involving the community. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for participating. I'm surprised when we were talking about this table as well. This was all the way from the 2019 dialogue. What would never work? A lot of tables, well, back then, touching GDP and adjusting it. They said never touch GDP. But you can have other indicators which show you the dependence of GDP on nature. But adjusted GDP was a very controversial topic. Okay, so next slide. Back to the technical guidance, and thanks again, everyone, for sharing. So there were some recurring questions in the last few days, and I just wanted to very quickly cover some of these. So if we just keep pressing next. You saw this in the introduction, but just to reiterate, so we are finishing the 3 days strong, ocean accounting. It's aligned with the standard that produces national accounts, which is also responsible for GDP. The system of environmental economic accounting came out in 2012, and then the last one came out in 2021, so only 4 years. So we're doing well as a community to build this expertise, given that the standard only was released 4 years ago, officially. And so we have many countries trying this, but in the next slide, this guidance is based on those standards and also experimental approaches. And I just wanted to share one experimental approach as a way that it feeds back into the technical guidance. And I want to hear your examples as well. So in the coming weeks, we'll open up a platform so that you can share your own discoveries through accounting and how it could fit into the wider technical guidance as part of a global consultation. So in the next slide, I'm very lucky to work with the Republic of the Maldives, and we were trying to solve the question of what is the coral reef, or how much protection does a coral reef give to coastal communities? And working with the Maldives Bureau of Statistics, we looked at their census blocks and could start to relate where the houses were with the coasts that were being protected by the reefs. Notice in blue that there's no houses. So under the SIA and under the ocean accounting, there is no protection. So this kind of examples we want to see in the technical guidance. The next slide. Nature risks and dependencies. So we know that this particular country, next, is very, very dependent on tourism. And so they plan to increase their tourism by 30%, and they opened a new airport. And same as our colleague from the Cook Islands, how much is sustainable for particular areas, and do we have to move things around? So in the next slide, what we did as part of the Maldives' first national accounts, we tried to look at what are the coral-related activities. And this was one of the first times this was attempted, so I was struggling. But what we came up with was we looked at what were coral-related activities like fishing or snorkeling or diving. And then if you're lounging by the pool or you're surfing, that doesn't count as related to coral health, for example. So in the next slide, you could calculate also the disaggregation with resorts and how much people visiting resorts use versus the local guest houses. And then we could start to look at what was the amount that was under threat every year from the loss of coral. And so we actually showed this slide in Vietnam, just as a reminder. So how could we also look at this in Ninh Bình or Sapa and use this kind of approach for tourism in those areas as well? Next. The guidance goes beyond just accounts as well. We're starting to move towards application, and Ben will talk about this much more. But with all the demand for accounts, could we strengthen the links and give guidance on debt for nature swaps, blue bond, blue carbon, and parametric insurance related to coral reef insurance? And next. So again, just reiterating the point, we have provisioning, regulating, cultural services. Each of these has many, many services inside, and each of those has many methods inside. So it's up to us as a community to develop these methods, refine them, share them, so that we can all move forward together to apply them to whichever framework you'd like. We've already talked about a few of these in the last 3 days: nature-based solutions, NDCs, blue carbon, and marine spatial planning. So if you apply them to your particular area, please let us know, how did you apply them? How did it work? What was the result? So we can, again, advance as a global community. And next. So again, this is a guidance, but there'll always be specific factors or unique instances and contexts for your countries. So this is guidance. It's not supposed to be answer every question. And so something that might work in one country might not work in another. But as long as we're using the same concepts, same definitions, and moving forward together. And then the last slide. So I mentioned we are getting there. The guidance is moving forward quickly. And I think the last 20% of the guidance is probably within the minds of everyone here. And so I'll leave it there. There's some questions that we're still trying to answer, but we're almost at the next session, and Ben, Cheryl, and Rama can do the final facilitation. So we'll close the presentation there and move to the next session. So thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Meet me with me again. So, yeah, again, I would like to introduce myself again. So I'm Ramadian Bakhtiar. I'm the UK Blue Plant Fund coordinator for South and Southeast Asia. I will be accompanied by Cheryl, but she shyly just sits over there, but she will join me later on. Actually, she will run the show for these sessions. I just want to, like to acknowledge and appreciate, all the process for these past 3 days that, like obviously we all, exchange our learnings and also recognize the different stages that we have. But then we also learning, to draw lines, what the transferable solutions are. So it has been demonstrated in this room over the past 3 days. I know that I'm on and off for the past 3 days, but I observed that the clinics, like it's a very high level knowledge. I must admit, like when I try to listen, like, whoa, this is so sophisticated. And we actually, wants to have, culminate all our findings, all our results into an action plan. So it's one of the principle of this action plan is one of it is it's participant driven, and then it's endorsed by all of us, and where we and then we actually will guide our our development, our actions. It will give some steers the direction that we want to have, and it's all we learned from these past 3 days that ocean accounts provide the information infrastructures that government, finance institutions, and regional bodies can draw on for ocean management, climate commitment, and nature finance. Through my informal conversations with some of you, not all of you, we actually try to explore and exercise how we can actually use ocean accounts, the differentiations of the users, how we can actually have we can make more advance of the ocean accounts, which I've something that I've learned that for each countries and also for each regions that ocean accounts means different in the way how we are going to use that. So that's something that we need to recognize as well. So I'm not going to, so that's the from our perspective, that will be the strategic value for this Bogor Action Plan, which again, that's the resulting from our these 3 days discussions and share the learnings. And somehow we managed to draw a line, transferable solutions. Because sometimes if we look at on the surface, it's more like we have like different problem, but then if we dig deeper, then we actually have more common than the differences between us. And now I would like to invite Dr. Cheryl to present the specific findings and commitments that form the Bogor Action Plan drawn from your collective work over these past 3 days. Cheryl, please.
Yes, I think I'm too short, so if you will indulge me, I'll go to the stage. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is not yet sleepy or tired. Please bear with me in the next 10 minutes or so. So thank you, Dr. Rama, our delegates from the government of Indonesia, colleagues and friends. I think after 3 days together in Bogor, we have earned the right to call each other friends. So we began this week with a very simple but powerful idea that the oceans does not ask for borders. It moves across coastlines, it feeds our communities and shape our economies. And yet far too long, the way we measure and manage the ocean has been fragmented, trapped in silos, scattered across ministries, lost between national budgets and scientific papers. So this exchange has taken place at a moment of real momentum. Ocean accounting has been recognized in the outcome documents of the Convention on Biological Diversity, in the UNOC 3 Political Declaration, and in the Halong Consensus. That's the first regional commitment to ocean accounting in South and Southeast Asia. So we did not arrive here at a starting point. We actually arrived here with experience, evidence, and of course, each other. So my task is to summarize what happened these last few days, and in particular, the session where Rama and Ben facilitated on the first day. If you remember, we had 3 breakout groups from Asia Pacific, Africa, Latin America, and small island developing states. We discussed the barriers that came up with we realized that the barriers we came up with were actually consistent between groups, and the action plan captures 6 common barriers, and I want to summarize them very briefly. The first one is that data is fragmented across institutions. Ministries hold pieces of the puzzle, but they rarely put them together. We also noted that open source data exists, but they are often unvalidated. And countries default to sophisticated technologies. I'm not sure, perhaps fashionable, but this is before the basic data pipelines are even in place. The second one is that, but having data is not the same as having accounts. The methodology to translate raw data into structured, decision-ready accounts remain under-resourced and under-explained. So this data to accounts gap is one of the most critical barriers we face, and we've discussed this in the past 3 days. The number 3 is governance is also fragmented.
Check.
Okay, low battery. So competing national priorities, ministries with limited budgets and absence of single coordinating body means that ocean accounting often falls between the cracks. So political will cannot be generated at the local level alone. It must come from the center or the national level as well. The third one, the fourth one rather, is that uh, it is oftentimes a disconnect from finance. Ocean accounting currently provides evidence, but in practice is not yet, we don't have a reliable connection of ecosystem to the capital or investment. The pipeline from functioning projects to bankable proposal is still incomplete. We also talk about human capacity. So the message here is actually equally clear. We need to invest in people, not only in systems. We also have discussions on data sensitivity. Several countries, especially in Southeast Asia, flag the challenge of disclosing information on sensitive natural resources and have questions on frameworks and clear protocols for data prerequisites. And they are seen as prerequisites for broader participation. This morning, we showed you a QR code of our draft Bogor action plan. Okay. Thank you for everyone who have commented and started to edit the plan. And just want to highlight what this Bogor action plan represents. So it captures the priority actions identified by yourselves, by the participants, for more than 23 countries. It is structured around 5 action areas and set a partner support commitments. So let's summarize them very briefly. Action area number 1 is closing the implementation gap. We agreed that each country should establish or strengthen a cross-agency coordination body for ocean data, which may bring together statistical offices, line ministries, geospatial agencies, as well as research institutions. We need to have integrated ocean data platforms that connect via APIs and eliminate manual entry. We also need to move beyond baseline data collection towards a more structured statistical account. And of course, we must also build core data infrastructure first before layering on the analytical tools. Remote sensing and AI should extend well-structured system and not substitute for them. The second action area is connecting ocean accounts to finance and investment. It mirrors the parallel session discussions I've mentioned earlier. So this is where ocean accounting becomes transformative. We agreed the four functions must be embedded from the onset: baseline valuation of ecosystem services, risk assessment of natural asset stocks, standardized impact indicators that investors can verify, and post-investment ecosystem monitoring. So the concept of data as a pipeline to capital must be designed at the start or not retrofitted or just an afterthought. We also agreed to work with development banks, insurance market, and private investors to define what is investment ready, especially what it means for nature-based solutions, and to support the scaling of blue bonds, parametric insurance, and high integrity blue carbon markets. The third action area is strengthening governance, institutional ownership, and political will. Ocean accounting needs a domestic champion at every level, someone willing to own and drive the ocean accounts agenda. Accounts must be embedded in the national development plans, blue carbon economy roadmap, NDC, NBSAP, and of course, marine spatial planning, where we discussed them earlier today. We should leverage the regional platforms that already exist: ASEAN, the Nairobi Convention, YOMSA, Pacific Regional Frameworks, among others, rather than building them from scratch. And of course, we must contribute actively in developing international methodologies for governance and social accounts, ensuring that customary and traditional management systems are captured alongside formal structure. Area number 4 is on building capacity for South-South peer network. We heard a strong call to institutionalize this Bogor exchange as a recurring platform with regular peer learning events, technical workshop, and practitioner secondment with dedicated support for seeds and least developed countries. So we might need practical step-by-step guidance for converting raw data into structured accounts delivered as work examples and case studies, not only as technical manuals or scientific uh, publications. So universities are seen not just consumers of ocean data, they are producers, validators, and of course, multipliers. And we agreed that the technical support from partners must be matched by demonstrated country commitment and political will and institutional resources. This means that ocean accounting cannot be built from the outside in. The next one is on expanding scope towards integrated and sub-national accounts. Ocean accounts should not exist in isolation. They must connect to land-based accounting, plastic and pollution accounts, freshwater accounting, and blue carbon frameworks. They might they must reach subnational and community levels as well in order to empower regions to manage resources as development assets. And the dashboards must present decision makers with a holistic view they need, such as ecosystem health, economic performance, social well-being, and governance effectiveness in one place. And of course, finally, the action plan names the country's need for partners, technical support to translate data into accounts, dedicated funding for national programs, facilitated access to validated open data, help or assistance in identifying specific gaps that hold each country back, and tailored support that recognizes one size fits all approaches are insufficient. So now we invite you to contribute to the Bogor Action Plan, whether you are a fellow, a government representative, a researcher, or a development partner. So if we missed something from the breakout session, for example, please add them to the document. If the style of writing needs perhaps a sharper language and more, strong, please sharpen it as you would see fit. And if there are any case studies or institutional example that we missed from your respective countries, kindly put it into the document. So this will become a practical reference that the countries and the partners can draw on when making the case for better resourcing of ocean accounting, and of course, aligning technical support for national priorities. So we've also mapped, if you could see in the document, we also mapped different institutions and regional processes. We mentioned ASEAN, the Nairobi Convention, but I'm pretty sure it's not complete. So please check them and add relevant institutions and processes in your regions or in your countries as well. So let me end by saying that this week have shown that our accounts of it can actually connect us to across regions, across disciplines, and across boundaries, and which are often separated data from the decisions. Thank you very much for your participation. Terima kasih.
Okay, that's new. I mean, I don't know that. Ben, come over. Yeah.
Terima kasih, Rama. We are almost there, but I hope that as many of you as possible will join us in this plenary session and actually focus and draw attention to what's inspired you and what actions you can take when you leave us here today in Bogor. So could I please invite our panelists to the stage while I start a brief presentation. Okay. And so, Pa Ahmad, hey, when you're ready. Thank you. So Cheryl summarized what the synthesis of the deliberations over the past few days is very powerfully. Please continue to comment on that. We will advise you after this event when the last date for comments is. To do that, we need to consult with our colleagues and friends in the government of Indonesia, IPB University, Rekam Nusantara Foundation. They will be driving and making the key decisions about how this document is released. So we need to consult with them first. If we could go back to the presentation, please. Thank you. What I'm going to do in these brief remarks is focus on the journey next. We have a strategic action plan, but action plans are only implemented or only become reality when people take a lot of small concrete steps. And as Pak Firdaus was saying in a donor coordination meeting for Indonesia's national accounts yesterday, he said the following, which he actually saw on a commercial on an Australian superannuation fund. And the line was, from little things, big things grow. So this was a very popular pension fund advertisement in Australia, which Pak Firdaus happened to see when he was traveling through Australia at some point years ago. But I think it very aptly describes the progress we have made and what we need to do next. So we have a grand action plan, but none of that will happen unless each of us do something really small. And those small things will grow into big things. And that is really the story. Next slide, please. Of the partnership. Does anyone recognize this photo? Yes, so you can see quite a few familiar faces in here that are in the audience today. This is the very first expert workshop that was convened by UNSCAP in 2018 to discuss the potential for better organization and collaboration on ocean statistics. And this meeting can only fairly be described as mutual incomprehension. We had so many different disciplines talking about marine biodiversity management or ocean governance or economic valuation or marine spatial planning, and nobody could understand one another. One of my favorites is the ecologists were talking about production. Now, for any ecologists in the room, production means something quite specific. And then the economists in the room were also talking about production, which is not the same production as what the ecologists were talking about. So there were many of these conversations, but what came out of it, which was really powerful, was a sense in this small group of people that, gosh, this is confusing. We need to fix this. So that was the genesis of the collaboration that became the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership. And then, next slide, please. So we go from this room in 2018 to almost 60 initiatives globally on ocean accounting, including 7 multi-country initiatives, some very formal in international conventions, some more informal through action plans. So we've gone from one meeting in Bangkok in about 6 years to what is really a global movement. And this is really a credit to lots of people taking small steps. But consistent with the title on my slide, we still have a long way to go, I think. So what I'd really like to focus this session on is doing 2 things. The first is it's the Global Ocean Accounts Partnership Secretariat's job to support members and support all of your work. You are the champions who make decisions with real stakes that have real impacts in the real world. It's our job to support you. So I'm not going to describe anything grand. I'm going to describe some really concrete actions after today that I hope will take us forward and make your job a little bit easier in advancing ocean accounts. That's the first thing this session is going to focus on before we close. The second is for those of you who feel brave enough, and I hope you do feel brave, to say something. We would really welcome your reflection in plenary. It can be personal. It can be on behalf of your institution. It doesn't really matter, whatever's appropriate, something specific that you can do after we leave here today. So we don't forget about this and build a little bit of mutual accountability around the big journey ahead. Next slide, please. And why do we need to do this? Well, because our world leaders agreed this. They agreed this at the UN Ocean Conference. They agreed similar language in a slightly different form in 2 successive conferences of the parties of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And then at a national level, there's a whole range of very ambitious policy commitments specifically around ocean accounting, which you are more familiar with than I. But in broad terms, we've recognized that this instrument we're talking about today is the foundation of us being able to make better decisions for a better future for ocean development. In the same way that historically for economic development, national accounts are the foundation of so many decisions that made the world a fundamentally richer place with lots of problems, especially these days. But the ability to organize information about the economy was immensely powerful for the global development agenda and policy setting. We need to go more broadly now for ocean development, and the political consensus agrees with me. So that's why we need to take practical steps. What can the Secretariat do really concretely? And if you disagree with any of this, let me know and we can change. Next slide, please. This is a summary of what Cheryl read out narratively. So I won't go over this again, but there's some really concrete and really powerful actions here that we can all do together. Next slide, please. Right, so practical actions. One of the things that I think about quite a lot, actually, in this global community is these kinds of events are really nice. I think we all agree that they are a good opportunity to collaborate and they're energizing and motivating, but they are economically infeasible and logistically infeasible to do on a regular basis. we don't have the time, we have to travel very far. In person is really ideal, but we have to think of other clever ways of building community. And historically, the way the partnership has worked is that there are a lot of national workshops that the Secretariat supports in different ways, or other stakeholders support in different ways. And then occasionally we get together for big events. That might be a side event at another conference, or an event like this focused on South-South collaboration. But we've been thinking a lot around how do we get the communication flowing a bit more regularly. And this event was actually a nice catalyst for that. So we have started a WhatsApp community, which I see many of you are members of. And we commit as a Secretariat to being really active and communicative on this platform as very often as we can about small new insights or large new documents or events where we as a Secretariat are going to be very active. And ideally, I would also like to see you participate in this community with channels that evolve over time. Maybe we can have an Africa community practice channel here, or for our colleagues in the Pacific. The Pacific's very familiar with doing all kinds of decision making over WhatsApp, so maybe we could have a nice community here, and so on and so forth. So we're going to take the first step here to communicate regularly, and I see many of you have joined this community already. Please encourage any interested colleagues to, and please contribute to the conversation as much as you feel is appropriate. One of the things we're also going to think about doing here, and we'll do so in consultation with you, is if you have a question, a time-sensitive question, oh, I've got to go and brief a minister and I need to tell them about ocean accounts. What can I say about what's happened internationally? Can you give me something? Then we are going to adjust the way we work a little bit to be much more agile and immediate and targeted in our content provision. And that's easier and easier to do technologically in 2026. It was very hard even a year ago, but we're going to try and be as very focused as possible around that. So that's one way of building a stronger virtual community. Next slide, please. We've also upgraded our website so it much better supports multi-format publishing, and it is now completely open source and completely controllable by the community. So that's a very nice step. And we've tried to really consolidate a whole range of materials. One of the things we would love to see moving forward is if you have excellent materials on ocean accounting that are public from your national context, we can feature them here. That's very easy to do. It's also easy now for those who may want direct access to this website to publish on behalf of yourselves. There's facility in that to do it now. So we're not as much the gatekeepers of this anymore. And please give us content to post and share however you want. Next slide, please. So that's publishing. And a big piece of work that that Jordan mentioned and Becca and Yoga mentioned before, ocean accounting needs guidance. It needs a lot of guidance in different areas. And the original approach in the partnership, inspired a little bit by national statistics, was to write really long documents that explained how you do ocean accounting. But as this agenda has grown more complex and covered more domains and more topics, that was becoming increasingly unsustainable. So what we have done is, and we're going to circulate all of this to you in a few weeks' time. I couldn't in good conscience ask our team to get this fully ready for this discussion because they were already working more than hard enough, and their welfare is important. But this has evolved the guidance. Instead of a big document, it's a whole series of really targeted circulars. It's stepwise guidance, and each one of those circulars will have a practical result. So, for example, if I want to build an account that has an area of mangroves nationally, how do I do that? And that's one result. Or if I want an indicator for resources efficiency in the fisheries sector, how do I do that? Step by step by step. And each one of those individual questions will be a circular. This is all very quickly searchable. It's designed to work on really slow connections if you're in the middle of the ocean somewhere. So we really put quite a lot of effort into streamlining the serving of this so it was resilient to low bandwidth connections. And the other inspiration behind this too is it's a structure that enables the community to maintain this a little bit more rather than just relying on a centralized source of updating. And there's now, in this current guidance, we can send the link on the WhatsApp for the draft of it just immediately after this. There are now 68 different circulars covering different aspects of the ocean accounting journey. I anticipate after all of the guidance you've given us at this event, that will probably grow to around 100. So think of that as 100 different actions you can take in different areas that are relevant to this big picture of ocean accounting. Next slide, please. And just to give you a flavor of the topics, so section 1 is about how you use ocean accounts in decision making. So that's more of a policymaker audience. Then for those who are more in the policy advisory technocratic world, how do I compile indicators from ocean accounts that are useful for people? We had a whole side meeting about one of those indicators this afternoon with some colleagues from France and Indonesia. How do we actually build the accounts themselves across different domains? And our colleagues from the Secretariat told you a little bit about that earlier. And then how do we compile and produce the data that goes into accounts? So we're trying to get the full chain here from decision making all the way to data provision at a really, really practical level, including things like how do you adjust a household survey to look at how women benefit or not from coastal fisheries, right? That's a really specific question of the thousands of questions that are relevant to actually building accounts. And if we go to the next slide, please. Also over time, I would love to see those of you who are willing publish case studies around your accounts journey in the guidance, because that is a really important and powerful story to tell. So there are sections in the guidance for example, how did Indonesia build its ocean accounts? And some elements of that are sensitive, but some are public. So we're hoping by maybe in 6 months' time, we will end up with a really rich range of national case studies in the guidance. And also, and most of these are already developed, a whole range of thematic issues. If I am interested in blue carbon, how is that relevant and how do I engage with that from an ocean accounts perspective? Or if I'm interested in coral reefs and their economic importance, how do I deal with it? So there's some cross-cutting guidance in here as well. And every single guidance is automatically exportable as a PDF, which has a QR code that links back to the main website. And all of this content is open license. So if those who contribute want to publish this as an academic paper or do whatever they want with it, that's fine. That's really core to this. So we want to make this, people say living document a lot. There are very few living documents in the world, particularly in sustainability. In the tech sector, there are a lot of living documents actually, but not so much in sustainability. So we're going to try and do something about that. Next slide, please. So that's it from the Secretariat. There's some really concrete actions. There's a lot of big picture things we've discussed. These are little practical steps. So I was going to hand now to my colleague and friend, Pak Ahmad, to talk about what he would like to say in terms of a final reflection from our hosts, from the Government of Indonesia, KKP, and also, dare I ask, suggest some concrete practical actions that he can make. Either personally or on behalf of the ministry as a relevant deputy director. Over to you.
Thank you. Ben, if I may just sit. Yeah, of course, because I'm sitting here, I cannot say it's my personal views. I have to say this is on behalf of the ministry, of course. Yeah, the concrete action, I think I've arranged some sentences here. KKP, the Ministry of Marine Affairs of Indonesia, will continue our work to strengthen ocean account framework as the basis of decision-making process, both in national and subnational government under our national blue economy policy. I think that's the concrete. And we will also keep collaborating with everyone in this room under GOAP partnership to better advance ocean accounting methodology and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That sounds like a great action and actually a very big action in comparison to the one that we suggested. So who else has an action that they would like to share with us? And if we don't have volunteers, I'm going to have to choose somebody. Do we have any volunteers? It can be very practical. Like I promise to post occasionally on the WhatsApp channel. Big or small, the whole point is that we establish and share together how we move forwards after this room. Mas Rama, what do you think? Is there anything you can offer by reflection?
Yeah, I mean, like probably I already mentioned this yesterday during the development partners coordination meetings. So we can start with to utilize ocean accounting's format as part of the monitoring, evaluations, and learnings regularly from our development partners as well. So like I said, in Indonesia itself, we have like 30 organizations, more than 30 projects that we can actually use that to scale out of the ocean accountings. I mean, looking Indonesia in the scale like 11 MPAs, I think yeah, we can do much more than that. And yeah, also to promote how to use the ocean accounts to I mean, we are the governments, right? The UK governments, and we are dealing with our host governments across these regions. I think like last month I was joining the UK Philippines annual dialogue. What's not really well grasped comprehend that how we can use the ocean accounts in various using settings. So that's something that we can actually always do. I mean, like to have open conversations with our host government counterparts. Yeah, in that capacity that what we can do in the small bits that you mentioned before, like small, practical, and really feasible that we can do. That's something that we can do for sure.
Thank you so much, Rama. Yes, some very concrete actions in how accounts fit in international development cooperation. Who else would like to offer a personal or institutional action they want to share? There's a long story of this, and sometimes some particularly government officials get a bit too excited and announce something a bit beyond their terms of reference. So I'm not suggesting anyone goes ultra vires in how they make these announcements, although it has happened before. Just really practical things. What about you, Dr. Kaira?
I really would love to direct Mr. Mustaqim to say something for Malaysia. But I guess I can also perhaps share that for our 13 Malaysia plan, we do have Malaysia actually put one of its KPI to have an operational ocean account in Malaysia. So we're hoping by 2030 that is something that's happening. And I guess, I don't know if I can say that here, but we do envision that perhaps we would have maybe a national workshop in Malaysia for ocean accounting. And do you want to add anything?
All right, okay, thank you, Dr. Kaira and Dr. Ben. So just like what my colleague just said, we are currently just starting our 13 Malaysia plan for the period of 2026 to 2030. And one of our flagship initiatives under the blue economy is to have blue accounting, also same as the ocean accounting. So what I'm learning here is that how other countries from ASEAN region, from the Pacific, from the South America, what they have been done and what the challenges that they are facing, and I have a better and clearer picture of how can we start our ocean accounting. For example, is that we don't have to do everything start at the same time. We can start small, use the parameter and the data that we have. So yeah, I think we can go back and start something, and we are looking forward to working together with GoUp and the partners that we met here.
Thank you so much. Yes, round of applause. Clap. Any announcements that you like? We've been very Asia focused in the last several reflections. What about colleagues in another hemisphere? Can I be so bold as to pick on you, Dr. Cesar? Is there anything you're thinking about in terms of next steps when you complete your extremely long journey back to Quito?
No, just some reflections about the work, the excellent work that I have seen that the government of Indonesia and other governments of the regions are doing. I think that they are setting good examples of how other regions should progress on the development and adoption of ocean accounting. Uh, uh, one ambition that I I I I think that the region in Latin America should try to accomplish is to try to to get the cooperation among countries of, for example, the region of the Eastern Tropical Pacific, where it's a vast ocean region that share a lot of resources, share a lot of ecosystem services. So those countries should attempt to coordinate their efforts and also try to adopt ocean accounts with a regional point of view in order to make visible the contribution this vast ecosystem is providing to these countries in the region. That's all. Thank you.
Gracias. The reason I'm applauding very quickly is that's a big job, and it would take our number of regional initiatives from 7 to 8 globally and really link together some big countries in the Americas. What about anyone from Madagascar, Kenya, Mozambique, or Ghana? Any thoughts on practical next steps? Prof, what do you think?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think our next step initially when we did all the data and we go to the point of analysis, we had actually thought that would be the end of the first round of ocean accounts. But today after meeting with Jordan, we went through the result of the data and looked at the likely development of dashboards. And the agreement is actually to go to the next step now, reboot, and drive this now into the government, number one, so that we can actually have it bought by the government and taken up, so that we would actually be now just supporting the government and the institutions. The next thing would actually be now also to push this into the regional networks. That is number one, the Nairobi Convention, and with the WIOMSA. And I think once we get this to that high level or that high panel level of ocean accounts, then it becomes very easy for all the other institutions within the region to adopt and move into ocean accounts as the new approach now to valuing ecosystems and valuing resources, and probably now taking these into the national systems of accounts. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And yes, round of applause, please. And a nice linkage there maybe to the ongoing work agenda of the Nairobi Convention at a regional scale. Right up the back, can we get a microphone here to our colleagues and friends, also from the African community of practice?
Yes, thank you. I think from the Madagascar perspectives, one of the next steps, like the concrete next steps are like, this year we are organizing at the University of Tuliar on June a week of ocean. We will be doing many things, but one, let's say, big event will be like, how do you call that? Within that Ocean Week, how do you call that? Sorry. We will present like the what we have been producing so far for the ocean account. And most importantly, we will invite government members. We won't probably have the opportunity to get all the government, but at least we hope to have 3 ministries: environment, scientific research, and blue economy. and fisheries. And they already accepted actually. And maybe my message to the group, to this group is that in Madagascar, we started like 1.5 years only now. But we feel like there are so many potential to do in Madagascar to translate into ocean accounts. And we have the support from the government. And what we will report to, and what I would suggest is to invite for the next maybe exchanges people from our government in charge of blue economy and fisheries, etc. as well. So that's from our perspective. Yeah.
Very exciting. Well, we look forward to the Ocean Week presentations. Round of applause. It sounds great as long as the airports are still working. Sounds fantastic. Now it's getting late. I can see people flagging and the plenary always drags on too long. Is anyone really motivated to share something with the group? Any final words of wisdom? Yes, there's a hand. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. I'm Mubarak Idrisu from the University of Cape Coast. The first thing I would like to share is a recommendation that I'm going to make to the GOAP partnership. In the University of Cape Coast, we have a center, which is the Center for Coastal Management, and we are much into the ocean accounting. So I think that if we are able to partner with this center at the governmental level, so that we put in a proposal, so that it may create awareness on the importance of the ocean accounting, that will help boost this program in the country. And then also, secondly, I would like to recommend that as time goes on, we should have this kind of workshop, maybe not even in a form like this, but in our various countries, where fellows can be taken through how this accounting should be done, and then also the data technicalities that are involved, and then also how to create this account and then integrate values into the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, great recommendations from Ghana and exciting ambition around proposal development. Okay, opportunities for reflection going once, going twice. Terapong, anything you want to add?
If you insist. No, just our encouragement. Just do it. And when you do it in consultation with your main users, I think one day I hope one day we don't get a question like, why do we need ocean accounts? There will be another question around that, why don't you have ocean accounts? If you don't have it, how do you do this and that? How do you measure your ocean sustainability? Look at your neighboring country that does it so well. Why don't we have it? I hope one day we would have all those questions instead of why do we need ocean accounts? What ocean accounts, by the way? But everything starts very small by just keep doing it and talk to your main users. Thank you.
Thank you, Terapong. First, make it exist, then make it better. Brilliant. Well, I think that probably covers enough commitments. So thank you all so much on behalf of the Secretariat. It's been a privilege to work with you and contribute in a small way to this agenda by bringing us all together. The real effort was yours in traveling in some cases from very, very far. And also the real effort was our very generous hosts to whom I will give the final word to close this exchange.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm stand up. Good morning, everyone. Yes, not sure. Good morning, and then good afternoon. Very well. Actually, I've prepared the draft for the closing remarks, but I will just skip it. And yeah, on behalf of the government of Indonesia, I'd like to appreciate and thank all participants, speakers, and in particular GoUp team, Rakam, IPB University, and also MMIF team, and also behind the scene, our technical experts there that make our meeting smooth. And yeah, we already have the Bogor, what do we call it? Bogor Action Plan. Yeah. I hope that guided by the Bogor Action Plan, I hope that the advancement of the ocean account under this partnership can be fostered in the future. And we, on behalf of the government of Republic Indonesia, also would like to say sorry if there is anything that's make you not comfortable, and enjoy the rest of your time in Bogor. Don't forget to bring your umbrella when you go outside, because Bogor is rainy city, we call it. Okay, thank you very much and safe travel, and see you next time. Thank you.